I will judge these shows based on how entertaining it was growing up as a kid watching these, how frequently I watched them. Is their theme, how good is their introduction theme songs even? That can sometimes be an important factor, the theme songs. And I might even take into consideration if some of these cartoons are enjoyable to watch as an adult nowadays. So yeah, starting off again with 50/50. As I said, 50/50 is basically a competition show which involves 50 students from British schools competing against each other basically to win a trophy at the end of it. There was obstacle course challenges and questionnaire as well. Good entertaining show. Not one I would frequently watch as a kid growing up, but still entertaining enough. And I will give this a respectful B rank. It's a respectful B rank. Not the most entertaining show to watch in the world, but decent enough. Alfonso Beg. I absolutely really love this show, Alfonso Beg. It's a Swedish cartoon for those who don't know. And Alfonso Beg is all about a young kid called Alfonso Beg, just basically learning everyday stuff that goes about in life, as well as learning responsibilities and such as he grows older and such. It's a very heartwarming, wholesome cartoon that I really love in general. And so Alfonso Beg is very easily an S tier show for me. Very wholesome show and great fun to watch in general. Great fun. Angry Beavers. Now, I do remember watching Angry Beavers. I've watched a few episodes of it and such, but never really felt... I didn't think it was too entertaining enough to watch frequently. It was just sort of on television and such, and I would see it a few times and such now and then. Not a lot to say about it really. I can't rate it too highly because I didn't really grow fond of watching this show. But I'll give it. But yeah, I can't put this in C tier, so I'll have to put it in D tier because it's not that memorable for me. This show, it's not memorable for me, Angry Beavers, so I can't really rate it too highly. Big Time Rush was another one of these like live action shows, you know, that was on Nickelodeon. You know, similar to like iCarly, True Jackson VP, Victorious and such. Just basically about a 4-member boy band. Just basically various scenarios. Can't remember the show fully and such, but yeah. I think I did watch this a fair bit growing up. I can't really rate it too highly though, because I'm more fond of cartoons than live action shows, but I'll give it a respectful C rank. Because I think it would do better. Because I think it's on par with shows like iCarly, but maybe a little bit better. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Blue's Clues. I did watch this show a lot growing up. The UK version, which we had a completely different host for. We didn't get Steve from the US and such, but you know, Blue's Clues is still very iconic kids show growing up. Obviously not my favorite kids show growing up, but definitely up there, in fact. I can't give Blue's Clues S tier, but I will give Blue's Clues a nice A tier because it's definitely it was a great show to watch as a kid growing up in general. Bob the Builder. Now in my initial tier list, I put Bob the Builder in A rank, but I think Now, before I discuss where I'm gonna put Bob the Builder in, I have to say that I did actually recently watch all of the original series and Project Build It, all of the stop motion series in general, and I have to say, I really love the voice acting in Bob the Builder, and some episodes are really quite fun to watch as well. I think my favorite episode from the classic series is Mucky Muck. That's probably my favorite episode from the classic series and such in general. And yeah, and for those who don't know, Bob the Builder has 2 UK #1 singles. His theme song, Can We Fix It, and Bob's version of Mambo #5. It's just absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. So yeah, I really enjoy the voice acting Bob the Builder. I mean, Rolly literally sounds like Andy from Little Britain, the "Yeah, I know" character. And so I am going to give Bob the Builder an S tier ranking now instead of A tier. Not like ridiculously high S tier, as more shows will eventually be added into this ranking, as we'll see down the line. But yeah. But yeah, I do think Bob the Builder deserves an S tier ranking and not an A tier. So, Casper Scare School. Basically, this was a newer Casper the Friendly Ghost show compared to the original counterpart, and I'm not particularly fond of Casper Scare School. I mean, I did like it when I watched it, but I didn't grow particularly fond with it. I didn't really particularly grow fond of it, so I can't rate it too highly, but it was a decent show, so I'll give it a B ranking above 50/50, because I do like to watch cartoons more in general rather than live action stuff, with some exceptions obviously. Exceptions obviously, so very respectful, somewhat respectful, a very respectful B rank, to say the least. Now the actual cartoon, Casper the Friendly Ghost, definitely more iconic, especially his theme song, Casper the Friendly Ghost, the friendliest ghost you know. I definitely enjoyed watching this. I don't think I watched all of the cartoons, but I was able to watch it on VHS, and good times, definite good times watching Casper the Friendly Ghost. And Casper will earn a very deserving A rank, and I would put this above Blue's Clues. I would definitely prefer to watch Casper more compared to Blue's Clues. Next up is Cat Dog. Cat Dog, another show that, you know, just pops up now and then on Nickelodeon that I would watch at times, and I don't really remember too much about Cat Dog, really. I don't remember too much about it. Show was okay, but not memorable at least, and I can't really rate it too highly as a result. But I'll give it a... I'm going to rank it in D, and I think I would put it above the Angry Beavers. And I think that would make sense, put it above Angry Beavers and such. Cat Scratch. No. Is that right? Yeah, Cat Scratch. Another show that I have seen a few times growing up as a kid. Just, you know, about 3 cats who basically owns tons of money because because a family member of them had passed away, and their will gave them tons of money and whatnot. It's not really a memorable show for me. I can't really rate it too highly either as a result, because it's not really that memorable. But I think it would. But I think compared to some of the other cartoons we will see later on, I think it's definitely. It doesn't deserve to be in like E ranking. It doesn't deserve E ranking. I think I'll put this in D ranking, but below Angry Beavers. But they're both somewhere around the same ranking, really, for both of them and such. Right, Come Fly With Me. One of my favourite comedies. Growing up. Come Fly With Me is made by the same people who made Little Britain, Matt Lucas and David Walliams. I really like this comedy and such. Obviously, the stuff that Matt Lucas and David Williams did, you know, at the time, weren't seen as problematic compared to nowadays. But the show was quite hilarious to me growing up. I'm not going to put it in S tier. I don't think it deserves S tier, but it deserves a high A rank. Come Fly With Me deserves a high A rank without question for me, because how much I really enjoyed watching the show. Countdown! Good old Countdown. I absolutely love Countdown, especially with the streams I used to do for a while, playing Countdown on stream. Which I haven't done in a while. I might bring back Countdown streams one day. I'm not sure when, but it's really good fun to play Countdown. And I do remember watching it growing up and such, and not getting a full understanding about how the show worked and such back then, but it's great fun to watch. Great fun to watch and play. Countdown is a definite S tier. Would I put this above Bob the Builder? Put this above Bob the Builder. Do I? Nah, I think Bob the Builder is a little bit better than Countdown. And I'll just leave it at that. El Nombre. El Nombre. Now, this show I watched from a video cassette. I didn't watch this on TV. I watched this on video. El Nombre is all about citizens in a Mexican deserted town, basically having to deal with issues mostly involving the criminal in the series, and they always call El Nombre for help and such. Oh, this was entertaining for me to watch as a kid growing up, but would I rank this in the same? So we're not doing Elden Ring. I know. I mean, the DLC craze is really popping off, Gary. Absolutely. But yeah. So El Nombre, I wouldn't say it's like one of the best shows I ever watched, but I'll give it a decent C rank, and I would probably rank this above or below. Actually, I would below Big Time Rush. I think Big Time Rush I would definitely prefer. I would likely watch Big Time Rush more than El Nombre. So we'll leave it at that. Yeah, fair enough. I'm not into mainstream games like that. You know, I prefer my Wii series games and such, and Nintendo games, which aren't really that popular on Twitch. But I don't care. I just enjoy playing those games. Okay, Family Fortunes, the UK version of Family Feud, still with hilarious bad answers in it and such. And I did watch it growing up, and I did watch a few episodes and such growing up, but not a lot of it though. Obviously, as an adult nowadays, I can look back and see the funny moments on the show. But as a kid growing up, I did not watch a lot of this show, so I can't really rate this show too highly though. I can't rate the show too highly. So where would I put Family Fortunes as a result? I would probably have to put Family Fortunes. It's either C or B tier. It's either a C or B tier T. So I think I would put this in B tier. I would probably put this in B tier. Higher, above Casper Scares School in 50/50. I think that sounds about right, really. Okay, Fanboy and Chum Chum. I think I only saw maybe like what, one episode of this and such growing up. I don't remember it entirely fully, and I don't hear a lot of good stuff, and I don't hear good things about the show either. So I can't really express much good about this show really. So it's gonna be the first F tier show. I can't really say anything about this show. I saw an episode of it. I don't really hear good things about it nowadays. So yeah, I'll just have to leave it at that. Fear Factor with Rogan. with Rogan. What a show this was. I watched this a lot growing up as a kid, Fear Factor. I remember watching this a lot growing up. And of course, Rogan is now a podcast person. One of the biggest podcasts actually in the internet actually. A lot of good. It was quite entertaining for me. Obviously nowadays when you look back and see what some of the contestants had to go through, like some of the stuff they had to eat, which is already making me gag and such. Yeah, it's quite vile. But this show was quite entertaining for me growing up. I am going to give this I am going to put this in A rank, but I'm not going to rank it above Blue's Clues, because I think that would be a bit of a disservice to do so. But it was good entertainment for me as a kid growing up, watching Fear Factor. It was definitely a lot of entertainment. Okay, so Fifi and the Flower Tots. This show was very entertaining as a kid. For me growing up. And definitely do remember watching it a lot. Fifi and as well as some of the stuff. As well as some of the scenarios and such. I did rewatch one episode recently and it was alright actually. It was okay. I mean, nothing spectacular or anything like that. But it was an entertaining show as a kid for me to watch growing up, and its ranking is going to reflect that deeply. I will give it a B rank. This show is a B rank. Definitely above Casper Scare School. Absolutely. Fireman Sam. Oh, Fireman Sam. I absolutely love Fireman Sam's theme song from the first 4 seasons. And even though it wasn't the best animated show in the world, it's very good to watch. It's such a great show to watch. And even the 5th season, and even season 5, did a good service to the original show as well, until it became CGI. Like, what a massive downgrade CGI Fireman Sam was compared to its original counterpart. But the original counterpart is so iconic, especially its theme song. Fantastic show, Fireman Sam. Fireman Sam is absolutely an S-tier show. I would put it above Bob the Builder because Fireman Sam, in my opinion, has a much better introduction theme song compared to Bob the Builder. But not by a but by a small margin though, because the Bob the Builder's intro theme song is definitely catchy. It is that, but the Fireman Sam one is more iconic, so I'll give it that. Golden Balls. This is a game show which I feel a bit iffy about, to be honest, because it's a game show all about winning money, but the main thing that is the main talking point about Golden Balls is the fact that the last 2 contestants, after they work hard to build up money in the last money builder round, they then have a choice. They then have a choice to either split the pot, one of them steals it, or both of them try to steal it and they get nothing. And of course, when big money is on the line and one contestant takes it all away from the other one, it can spark a lot of outrage online. So, and that's the main part of the show that I've really grown to really dislike in general in recent times. And would I watch it? And would I watch this show again? Honestly, no, not really. Now, big money has been split before in the show. That has happened, but there are 2 notable, like very big amounts being won by one person, and the other goes home with nothing. I'm not going to rank Golden Balls high. It doesn't deserve F rank, but a very low E rank at best. Golden Balls I don't think deserves a very high ranking. It really doesn't, in my opinion. Invader Zim. Now, I did watch this. Several times growing up as a kid. but I'm not particularly fond of the show. Obviously, a lot of people really like Invader Sim as such, and I completely understand, but I really don't have a lot of nostalgia for the show, really. I have no real nostalgia factor for the show. I can't rate Invader Zim too highly as a result, and this ranking might upset some people, but I can't rate this too highly. I am going to give Invader Zim a D ranking, but I'm going to put it, but a high D ranking, but it'll be a high D rank because I will respect the fact that it is a good show, that a lot of people do like this show, but I didn't particularly grew fond or attracted to watching the show frequently and such. So I can't really go much further than that really about Invader Sim. Johnny Bravo. I think I definitely watched the show a fair bit. I did like it, but did I like it enough to grow fond of it? And the answer is no, really. I don't really remember any quotes from the show and such, so I can't rate Johnny Bravo too highly. So I will give it a C rank. I will give Johnny Bravo a C rank. Probably not above Big Time Rush. I think I would rather watch Big Time Rush compared to Johnny Bravo, but a respectful C rank as such. Now, Kipper the Dog. Kipper the Dog. I do remember watching this like on the same channel where I would watch, you know, Thomas the Tank Engine and another show and Mr. Ben growing up. I did try to watch one episode, the first episode of the show, and it's quite simplistic to say the least about how things happen and whatnot. And Kipper the Dog has a pretty interesting introduction theme. It's like a slow jazz theme style introduction. It's quite neat, actually. I'm not going to rate Kipper the Dog too highly, but I'll give Kipper the Dog a nice B rank. Above Fifi and the Flower Tots. I would rate Kipper the Dog above Fifi and the Flower Tots at least. Adventure Time. Now, Adventure Time, I have watched before, and it was obviously airing around the same time as Regular Show and The Amazing World of Gumball. But Adventure Time is one I watched the least compared to the others. I'm not really particularly fond, or I don't really remember a lot about the show. I know it has some great moments and such, but I never really got behind watching Adventure Time. I was really more into Regular Show compared to Adventure Time. I can't rate Adventure Time too highly, but I will give it a C tier ranking for the show, above Big Time Rush without question. I'll definitely watch this above Big Time Rush. And Casper Scare School. I'm going to quickly change the ranking of one show, Casper Scare School. I think I will put Casper Scare School in C tier. So just one change right now. It's Casper Scare School in C tier. I would definitely rather watch Adventure Time compared to Casper Scare School. And just leave it at that. Right, All Grown Up. All Grown Up is basically the Rugrats, just, you know, like 10 years older and such, more or less. Now, I'm very fond of the original Rugrats, but their second show, All Grown Up, I'm not particularly fond or memorable about, in all honesty. I don't remember too much about this show in general, so I can't rate All Grown Up too highly. But I'll put it in C tier though, just to give it a good respect. I'll probably watch it over Casper Scare School. I would definitely watch it over Casper Scare School, probably. Let's just leave it at that. Right, Looney Tunes. Good old Looney Tunes. Very, very nostalgic for many, many people. The very old cartoons and such growing up. And obviously I do have my good fair share of memories of Looney Tunes cartoons. But where would I rank this? Some of you may think I might put this in S tier, but I'm not going to actually. Because there's plenty of other cartoons I rate much higher than the Looney Tunes series. But the Looney Tunes series is definitely a high A rank. Above Comply With Me. Where would I put this? I would put this in between Come Fly With Me and Casper the Friendly Ghost. Can you see what's in S? So far we have Alphonse Orbeg, Fireman Sam, Bob the Builder, and Countdown. So far, Doggy Doge. But yeah, Looney Tunes. As nostalgic as the show is, there's other series I would much rather watch compared to Looney Tunes. Really. Really. And Come Fly With Me I would definitely prefer to watch compared to Looney Tunes. That's how entertaining it was. Up next is Arthur. Oh, Arthur. One of the most iconic theme songs ever for a kids show. Every day when you're walking down the street, everybody that you meet has an original point of view. And I say, hey, what a wonderful kind of day, if we can learn to walk and play and get along with each other. It's so good. It's so good, the introduction theme song of Arthur. And it's a good show, and it's a great show to watch as well. What a fantastic show Arthur is. And without question, Arthur is S rank. Arthur is an S rank show. Without question. Above Countdown, at least. Above Countdown. But not above Bob the Builder, because I really like the voice acting in Bob the Builder more compared to Arthur. But what a fantastic show Arthur is. What a fantastic show. Up next is Babar. Now, Babar I did not watch on television, but I did watch on video cassette some of his stories, and you can find his episodes, and you can find episodes of Babar on YouTube nowadays through an official Babar YouTube channel. And Babar was entertaining for me to watch as well growing up. Not like pure nostalgic, but it was one of those shows that I recently discovered. I'm like, oh my god, I remember watching this show. It's one of those kinds of shows. Oh yes, You've Been Framed is... Oh yeah, You've Been Framed is here. You've Been Framed is here. Where is it? Hello, Mithra. Where is it? Where is You've Been Framed? Oh, there it is. You've Been Framed. It's here. Yeah, no, we'll get to that later. But anyway, as I was saying, Babar. It was entertaining to watch as a kid. I don't rate it too highly, but I'll give it a very respectful B rank. I would definitely put this above Kipper the Dog. But not above Family Fortunes, I don't think. Not above Family Fortunes. Really? Or, really, would I watch Babar or Family Fortunes? Nah, I think I'll leave it there. I think Family Fortunes will be more entertaining to watch than Babar, so I'll leave it there. Now, Balamori. Oh my goodness gracious me, Balamori. I was really into watching this show as a kid. No, I don't want to sing it. Oh, it's so embarrassing. Oh, trying to sing the theme song just makes me feel very embarrassed. But it was so entertaining as a kid to watch growing up, really. Singing along and such. Singing along and such with this show. I don't want to rank Balamori as S tier, though. I don't want to give it an S tier ranking, but I will absolutely give this an A tier ranking because of how much entertainment it brought to me as a kid. Above Fear Factor? No, not above Fear Factor. Fear Factor was definitely better than Balamori. That's for certain. I won't go higher than that. Bamzuki. Oh my goodness gracious me. One of my favourite all-time shows to watch ever. Bamzuki. Bamzuki was a competition show where basically kids in groups of 2, 3, or 4 would make digital insects called Zooks, and they would compete in obstacle courses and trials effectively and they would go on, and basically after a few shows the winning teams of their episode would take part again, making what is called an Uber Zook, which is basically a brand new Zook or an upgraded or an improved one of their 4 original designs. And the winner of a final would take home a trophy for each of the teammates and such. It's a very great show to watch, and a great introduction as well for kids in how to get into 3D modeling and designing and such. And even a bit of engineering talks is mentioned as well. What a fantastic show, Bamzuki. I put this in A rank last time, but honestly, it's S rank. Bamzuki is S rank. And I would definitely put this above Countdown. Bamzuki absolutely deserves to be an S rank show. I absolutely love Bamzuki. It's a great show to watch as well. Absolutely. Batfink. Good old Batfink. I watched this a lot. Growing up. So for those of you who don't know what Batfink is basically about a bat who is regarded as the superhero in the show, and his wings is made out of steel, which can deflect things such as gun bullets and whatnot. I remembered watching one episode I remember watching an episode of it recently, thanks for the 5 stream streak, Mithra. And I was thinking to myself, oh my god, what is going on? You know, one of the characters is called Karate, who is wearing a karate suit, and I'm like, yeah, I think we know what he's all about, really. And obviously, the ending of of the episode I watched, it somewhat didn't really make sense to me, really. But Badthink was quite entertaining for me as a kid to watch, so this, I won't put it in A tier, but a very high B tier, above Family Fortunes. Badthink is definitely above Family Fortunes for me, and so all of that. Up next is Blue Peter. Now, honestly, Blue Peter, I am not fond of, or have no good memories of the show whatsoever. Like, I do remember seeing, you know, the introduction of Blue Peter, but nothing more. Nothing more, really. That's just about it, really. I can't rank Blue Peter highly. I think it's a type of, like, news program, kind of like a news program. I'm not 100% certain. I can't rate Blue Peter highly. I'm gonna have to give Blue Peter a F tier, because it's a show I don't really want to watch again and such. But above Fanboy and Chum Chum for sure. Above Fanboy and Chum Chum. Blue Peter will probably be more entertaining than that. Brainiac Science Abuse. I freaking love this show. I freaking love that Brainiac Science Abuse with Richard Hammond, you know, one of the former Top Gear presenters, and now a Grand Tour presenter. What a fantastic show it was in general. Super entertaining. Even today, it is great to watch. Fantastic show. Fantastic show. And even when Vic Reeves became the host, it was still really entertaining Brainiac. I really love Brainiac. So it's a definite S tier show. Above Fireman Sam, but not above Alphonse Sorbeg. Not above Alphonse Sorbeg. So I'll leave it at that. Next up is Britain's Got Talent. Another one of those, you know, reality TV shows. Britain's Got Talent was really entertaining for me to watch as a kid growing up. I really enjoyed watching the show and such. And it was nice to see that for almost every year, there was a different winner. There was a different act winning the show, such as opera singer, dancer, dance act, a shadow act, even though the shadow group, even though that performing group was actually from Bulgaria. Then there was a bit of controversy about, a non-British act winning Britain's Got Talent. But regardless, it's a different variety act and such. As there was even a dog act as well that won Britain's Got Talent. But yeah. But nowadays, I'm not particularly a fan of these sort of shows. I mean, especially with stuff that came out about another show that I will mention later. I wouldn't really want to watch Britain's Got Talent anymore nowadays. But since it was a very entertaining show for me, I will give it a respectful B rank. Above Bad Think, at least. Britain's Got Talent above Bad Think, at least. I'll just leave it at that. Next up is Brum. Now, for those who don't know, Brum is about a small car that that basically travels around the city and such from its workshop home. Now, the inventor of Brum is actually Rex Garrod, who competed in Robot Wars 1, 2, and 3 with Recyclops, Cassius, and Cassius 2. Of course, Cassius being runner-up in Series 2 to Panic Attack. But I'm not particularly fond of this show. Again, I remember watching maybe 1 or 2 episodes, and I don't have great memories of this show, really, in all honesty. So I can't rate Brum highly. Would I rate this above... Would I watch it above the other 3? Yes. So I will give Brum an E ranking, but definitely above Golden Balls, because it's a show I don't really want to consider watching again. Again, to be brutally honest. I'll just leave it at that. Charlie and Lola. Now, I do remember watching Charlie and Lola a few times. But would I frequently watch it? Watch it for entertainment purposes? Not really. It was just a show that was just on really. I would just watch it, really. I can't rate Charlie and Lola too highly, but... And because of that, I'll have to give it a low ranking. But not F or E, just a D tier ranking and a low D tier ranking. And we'll just keep it at that. Now, next up is Clifford the Big Red Dog. The Big Red Dog. Now, I did recently rewatch the opening theme of Clifford. And it was a nice introduction theme, I have to say, Clifford the Big Red Dog. But I don't have any nostalgia for the show, nor great memories watching it, really. I hardly even remember it at all, for that matter. Maybe 1 or 2 episodes I watched, and that's about it, really. I can't rate Clifford too highly. I really can't, but I will... But I'm not going to put it in F, I'll put it in E. I'll probably watch it over Brum, and that's about it, really. And that's just about it, really. Can't really... I mean, even right now as an adult, I don't really see a reason to watch Clifford the Big Red Dog. Unlike other shows like Fireman Sam and Bob the Builder, where it was definitely... Well, I definitely had an interest to rewatch their episodes and such. Right, up next, Codename Kids Next Door. Fantastic show growing up. One of my favorites as a kid watching from Cartoon Network, Codename Kids Next Door. It's all about, it's all about kids trying to fight off, adult villains and such. And, some of the inventions that the kids make and such, as well as being able to travel to space. Wow. And I also played the PS2 game for it as well, which I really like. It's a fantastic show, and Codename Kids Next Door is, without question, an S-tier show. I absolutely love Codename Kids Next Door. Where do I put this? Above Countdown, yes, but above Bamzuki, no. Bamzuki, definitely, I would say more entertaining compared to Codename Kids Next Door. I think, or am I right in saying that? Above or below Bamzuki? Nah, I think it's perfectly there. I think it's perfect where it is. Codename Kids Next Door. I'll just leave it at that. Maisie. Maisie, another one of those kid cartoons that I do remember. I did try to rewatch one episode and couldn't really finish it. I lost interest super quickly. So I wouldn't say Maisie is a iconic show. Hello Shane, ITG. I wouldn't call Maisie a super entertaining show, so I can't watch it highly. Did I watch Supermarket Sweep? I know about Supermarket Sweep, but I didn't watch the show fully. But I didn't really want to watch it fully, so I can't really include it in my tier list because I'm only really counting shows that I watched at least one episode of, and I didn't really watch Supermarket Sweep. You know, just saw it briefly, and then that's it. That's it. Excuse me. Oh, gonna be talking a lot. So Maisie. Just another kids show that I did watch a bit growing up, but not memorable of. I can't rate it too highly, but I'll give Maisie... Sorry, no. I'm not gonna rate it super low, but just another E tier. I think in between Clifford the Big Red Dog and Brum. I think. Because Clifford does have a nice introduction theme song. Compared to Maisie. I would just leave it at that. Mr. Bean, the animated series. I really love this show. Basically, it's just a cartoon of the original Mr. Bean. Of the original Mr. Bean at Mr. Bean live action show. Which is going to come up very briefly here. But it was a super entertaining cartoon for me to watch as a kid. I do find it a bit weird that in the reboot version of the show, that Mr. Bean is actually speaking in dialogue, like communicating normally. Which I do find it really weird, because Mr. Bean is typically a character that hardly speaks at all, because he's unironically an alien dropped off on Earth who's trying to live life normally, like every other human does. That's the whole point of Mr. Bean. But anyway, the original Mr. Bean animated series, great cartoon to watch. It's a definite A tier, very high A tier for me. The animated Mr. Bean series, fantastic. Mr. Ben, oh Mr. Ben, I really love Mr. Ben. Now, obviously Thomas the Tank Engine was a very big part of my childhood growing up, but Mr. Ben also was a very big part of my childhood as well. Like, when I listened to his theme song a few months ago again, I had this really big, deep hit of pure nostalgia that other shows really can't replicate. There's only 14 episodes, 13 episodes made back in 1970s, and then a 2005 show made more recently. But the 2005 show is great. Episode is great, just like the original series. It's a fantastic storytelling show in general. I really love it, and without a doubt, Mr. Ben is S tier, above Alphonse Sorbet, because I would always watch Mr. Ben before or after Thomas the Tank Engine on TV as a kid. Definitely remember that, absolutely. Now, the live action version of Mr. Bean. Now, as much as I really like the animated series of Mr. Bean, I do like the live action version of Mr. Bean, but not in the same level as the animated series. I can't rate the live action Mr. Bean too highly though, because I watched the animated series more in general. But it's a very respectful show, the live action Mr. Bean. So it's a high B tier, definitely above Britain's Got Talent. Hello, Nico. I was wondering where you were, but it's nice to see you here. How's the tier list been? It's going well. may see some notable differences here as well. Nah, don't be sorry, it's alright. It's alright, Nico. You can always watch back at the beginning of the stream. But yeah. But yeah, there is a few differences compared to the last tier list, such as Bob the Builder and Bamzuki in S tier. Couple of main differences there. But yeah, this is what the tier list we have so far. This is the tier list so far. Mr. Ben, Alphonse Orbeg, Brainiac Science Abuse, Fireman Sam, Bob the Builder, Arthur, Bamzuki, Codename Kids Next Door, Countdown in S tier, Mr. Bean Animated Series, Come Fly With Me, Looney Tunes, Casper the Friendly Ghost, Blue's Clues, Fear Factor, and Balamori in A tier, Mr. Bean Live Action, Britain's Got Talent, Batfink, Family Fortunes, Babar, Kipper the Dog, Fifi and the Flower Tots, and 50-50 in B tier. Adventure Time All Grown Up, Casper Scare School, Big Time Rush, Johnny Bravo, and El Nombre in C tier. Invader Zim, Cat Dog, Angry Beavers, Cat Scratch, Charlie and Lola in D tier. Clifford the Big Red Dog, Maisie, Brum, and Golden Balls in E tier. And then we have Blue Peter and Flamboyant Chum Chum in F tier. That's the tier list so far for you, Nico. And obviously these are all ranked. All of these shows are properly ranked. Always remember that. Alright, next up. My Life as a Teenage Robot. I do remember watching this show growing up, but again, no real big memories about this show really. I know it existed basically, and that's basically it really. I do remember watching it as well. Couldn't really get behind the show really, so just leave it at that. And I would rate this show in C tier. I think I would put it above El Nombre, but above Johnny Bravo? Nah, not above Johnny Bravo. I'll just leave it at that really. And yeah. My Parents Are Aliens. Interesting show, that. Interesting show. But I don't remember too much about it. But I don't remember it a lot. Like, I know it exists and that's it. And that's basically it. Okay, we've got ads. Let's just wait a minute or two. Alright, welcome back everybody who just had to watch ads. I waited for you all to come back so you wouldn't miss out on this. So as I was saying, My Parents Are Aliens, an interesting show to say the least, but not one I particularly grew fond of. To say the least. I did watch a little clip of it recently and couldn't really get behind the show really. I can't rate the show too highly, but I'll give it a respectful... I think... C tier or D tier? Well, nah, I don't think I can put this in C tier. I think I'll put this show in D tier, really. Because it wasn't really a great entertaining show for me. My Parents Are Aliens. So I'll just leave it at that, really. My Spy Family. My Spy Family. This one I was able to remember, you know, what it was about. But couldn't get my tongue... Sorry, no. What? Couldn't get the tip of my tongue to name this, effectively. So I was trying to get the catchphrase there. Excuse me, guys. But yeah, My Spy Family. It's all about basically two international spies having to live together in basically retirement and trying to live a normal life, basically. with their 3 children. With their 3 children. And then one of them wants to be a spy themselves, effectively. So it leads to interesting scenarios, to say the least, effectively. Now, this one I did watch a fair bit, and I did like. So, unlike others, such as My Life as a Teenage Robot, this show will rank a bit higher. I'll give it a B tier. I will give it a B tier. Above 50-50, yes. 15 Flower Tots. No, not higher than that, really. I enjoyed Fifi and the Flower Tots more as a kid compared to My Spy Family. So I'll leave My Spy Family there. Just leave it there. Robot Wars. Massive part of my childhood, Robot Wars. An absolute massive part of my childhood. And I'm still rewatching Robot Wars again to this day. I freaking love Robot Wars. With competing robots such as Hypnodisc involved. Absolutely fantastic show. Well deserving of an S tier. Above Brainiac Science Abuse, but not above Alphonse Orbeg. Because Alphonse Orbeg is more wholesome to me compared to Robot Wars as well. But it's an absolute S tier show, Robot Wars. It's such a shame that the show is not going on. But there is BattleBots, though, at least. There is BattleBots, even though it's not the same. But yeah. Now, up next is Ninja Warrior. A show I forgot initially, but Ninja Warrior, it's like a more extreme version of Takeshi's Castle. And I had great fun watching this growing up as well. The actual Japanese show with UK narration and such. Absolutely love Ninja Warrior. I wouldn't rate Ninja Warrior as S tier per se, but definitely a high, very high A-rank show, Ninja Warrior. It's a great show to watch. Absolutely fantastic show to watch. Up next is Noddy. Specifically Noddy's Toyland Adventures, with a very sweet introduction theme. Noddy, Noddy, the little man in the red and yellow car. Noddy, Noddy, his twinkling bell means he's the happiest little fellow in all Toyland. So sweet, that introduction theme. And I did like watching the show again in recent times as well, giving the show another watch. I did like watching it as well. A fantastic sweet show, Noddy's Toyland Adventures. But I wouldn't put this in S tier though, because again, other shows like Bob the Builder were just that much better to me compared to Noddy's Toyland Adventure, but definitely a high A-rank show, Noddy's Toyland Adventure. Above Casper the Friendly Ghost, but not above Looney Tunes. But a fantastic show, without question. Noddy's Toyland Adventures. Next up is Paddington Bear, specifically the animated series by Ivor Wood. Ivor Wood, who also made other shows such as Postman Pat The Herbs. But yeah, just about a bear who got on a boat to get to the UK from Peru and is trying to live a normal life effectively. I don't remember too much about this show, unfortunately, so that will come into effect in how I rank it, but it's another one of those nice, wholesome shows, really. What's interesting is that Paddington Bear is the only character that has a 3D model. Like, all the humans and such, they have, like, 2D, like, cardboard cutouts compared to Paddington Bear, so it's a bit unique in how it's animated. I think I would give Paddington Bear a C rank, but not above Adventure Time. Paddington Bear. I think Adventure Time would be more entertaining for me than Paddington Bear. but more entertaining than the other shows behind it, without question, in the C tier. Peppa Pig. Peppa Pig. And yes, I did watch this a lot as a kid growing up, but I mean, so did a lot of British kids and such. And I wouldn't want to try to watch the show again. Oh, as in the live action version. Yeah, Charmander. There wasn't a lot. Like, some of these shows, they don't have a lot of episodes to them, such as, you know, Mr. Ben and the Herbs. But yeah, Peppa Pig. It was a very entertaining show for me as a kid, but do I rank it highly? No. I'm not putting this in A tier, but I'll give it a very respectful high B tier for being a very entertaining as a kid. Above Family Fortunes? Yes, above Family Fortunes. But not above Badfink. Badfink definitely far better compared to Peppa Pig. That's for certain. Pingu! Oh, good old Pingu. What a fantastic show. And I absolutely loved, you know, clay stop motion shows such as Pingu and Morph. What a great show that was, Pingu, the original animated series. I didn't really watch the newest series and such, but I didn't watch the older series growing up. The newest series growing up, but the old series is so iconic and such. What a fantastic show, Pingu. So Pingu is an absolute S tier. Above Countdown and Cunning the Kids Next Door and Bamzuki? Yes, above these ones. Above Fireman Sam? Yes. Pingu above Fireman Sam, without question. Without question, Pingu is above Fireman Sam. Afternoon, Professor. No all stamps run today, Liam. This is just a tier list. Making stream. Oh yes, this is Noddy from Noddy's Toyland Adventures. I mean, from left to right in A tier is Ninja Warrior, Mr. Bean the Animated Series, Come Fly With Me, Looney Tunes, Noddy's Toyland Adventure, Casper the Friendly Ghost, Blue's Clues, Fear Factor, and Balamori. Liam, just look at my schedule section on my channel. Hello, Elite Fang. Anyway, I probably will go back to all stamps tomorrow, but again, just look at my schedules section on my Twitch channel. Isn't that the Wii Sports Resort anniversary, Professor? That's the Wii Sports Resort anniversary. I can't think of anything special other than speedrunning all stamps. I'm probably just going to be speedrunning all stamps that day. I know apparently a certain streamer, who I can't name, is going to do an all superstar class speedrun. But yeah, I don't really want to do that though on that day. Oh wait, hang on. Actually, you're doing an all pro class as well. Okay, cool. So, yeah, Pingu S tier. That's it. Okay, Pinky and the Brain. Pinky and the Brain, iconic introduction theme song. On next Tuesday, Charmander. Next Tuesday. Anyway, Pinky and the Brain, iconic theme song, but I don't have a lot of nostalgia for the show, really. It was okay as a kid, watching growing up. Another one of those cartoons which, you know, just so happened to be on when I was watching television. Just didn't really think much about it, so I can't rate Pinky and the Brain too highly, but it is an C tier show. Above Paddington? Probably not above Paddington, no. Somewhat high C tier, Pinky and the Brain. I can't go much further than that. Ren and Stimpy. Oh boy. Ren and Stimpy. I can't believe I can't believe I managed to watch this show as a kid growing up. Especially when you look back at it, at some of the content it has in it, as well as content that was censored or deleted, effectively. Oh my fucking god, Ren and Stimpy. I can't really say too much about this show, really. Not to mention the fact that this show got a adult-themed reboot. Oh my fucking god. It was a show that just featured a lot of disturbing stuff, effectively, that was somehow able to be broadcasted on Cartoon Network. Guys, I just remembered another show that I need to add to this. But anyway, Ren and Stimpy. I'm not going to rate the show too highly, because it's a show I don't particularly want to rewatch again. I did find it entertaining as a kid, somehow. I'll give it a respectful high D tier, but no higher than that. Rosie and Jim. I only saw like one episode of this show. And, honestly, I have no fond memories of this show whatsoever. It just seems like another typical kids show, really. Which just exists, really. Couldn't really get behind it. You know, kind of like Brum and whatnot. I'm not gonna put... I think last time I put Rosie and Jim in F tier because I had no real fond memories of it. Do I really want to put it in F tier again? I don't know. I think... Can't really. No, I just can't think of a good reason, really, to watch Rosie and Jim as an adult nowadays. I'm going to have to put it in F tier, so I apologise to anybody who may like this, but I'm not really fond of this show, or have good memories of it, so that's all I can say. Really. Next up is Samurai Jack. One standout cartoon, one of those standout cartoons that originated in Cartoon Network. I did watch a fair bit of Samurai Jack growing up, and even playing a game that was on like the Cartoon Network website of Samurai Jack. So it was good fun to watch Samurai Jack. But is it nostalgic for me? Not really, no. But I respect it for being a good show. So Samurai Jack is getting a B rank. I would put this above Fifi and the Flower Tots and Kipper and Baba. Yeah, somewhere here, I think. Yeah, because I definitely watched shows such as Peppa Pig and Batfink more often compared to Samurai Jack. But it is there and such, so yeah. Sanjay and Craig. Which I think try to go for like a somewhat regular show. I don't know why, but I get regular show references for this. Or arguably Adventure Time. But I saw like one episode of Sanjay and Craig, and honestly, I have no fond memories of it whatsoever. I did not find it entertaining, and I didn't want to watch it again, basically. So Sanjay and Craig, it's going to be an F tier, really. And I'm definitely putting this behind Rosie and Jim. But I would rather watch it compared to Blue Peter and Fanboy and Chum Chum. But no higher than that. Scooby-Doo! Now, this is the original Scooby-Doo animated series, and yes, a very iconic show for me growing up. Really enjoyed watching Scooby-Doo as a kid growing up. And not much I can say, really. I can't really remember, like, very specific episodes that I remember it. But it's a very entertaining show for me as a kid. Without question. Very entertaining. I wouldn't put this in A tier specifically, but this will be a high B tier show. Above Batfink. Definitely above Batfink there. And also with that, SpongeBob SquarePants. Oh, good old SpongeBob. I watched so much SpongeBob growing up. Definitely one of the more frequent shows I watched as a kid growing up. Is there anywhere but S? What do you mean by that? I mean, the other tiers are here. The other tiers in here and such. I don't know what you mean by that, Charmander. But yeah, SpongeBob SquarePants. I mean, especially the original series. The original series, like the first few seasons. Lots of iconic moments and memes from the show, which still goes on to this day. It is a great cartoon in general. Too bad it's basically being broadcasted almost all the time now on Nickelodeon, as far as I'm aware. And there's hardly any variety shows. Yeah, you're quoting the Wishing Well episode. But yeah, SpongeBob SquarePants is absolutely an S tier show. SpongeBob SquarePants is absolutely S tier. But not above Pingu. Not above Pingu. Because Pingu is much better and more enjoyable and wholesome compared to SpongeBob SquarePants. So, but SpongeBob SquarePants, a definite S tier show. Absolute S tier show. No question about it. Take it or leave it. Now, this is a game show from the UK. Now, this is a game show from the UK. And it's basically about two pairs trying to build up money for like the final prize round. Basically, they have to find sums of money to add to the cash amount in these animated safes. But if one pair finds a booby trap, then they have to go into what is called the sin bin, which is basically a sitting out area, and the other pair gets to take part, really. And by the time they answered a series of, and after an amount of questions is answered and such, basically, the pair that is not in the sin bin basically gets to play for the final cash prize, which they have to answer, which the cash prize is stored away in one out of, 6 or 7 safes, and they get another 6 questions where if they answer each question correctly, they can take away a safe that doesn't have the cash amount. And then basically if they answer all 6 random questions correctly, they will win the money. If they answer a question incorrectly, they will still have a chance to win the prize, but they have to guess where the money is out of the remaining standing safes. But it was a very entertaining game show for me to watch as a kid. Not super entertaining, but quite entertaining enough. I'm not going to put this in A tier, because the other shows there are much better, but high C tier. High C tier for Take It or Leave It, because it was quite entertaining for me. The Crystal Maze. Fantastic British game show. Fantastic game show. Very iconic game show in the old days. All about solving various types of puzzles or games to collect crystal balls. And then in the final round, they have to collect as many golden tickets to try to win the grand prize at the end of the show. With each crystal ball giving them additional time spent in the crystal dome. It's a fantastic game show, an absolute classic, and it's an absolute S tier. The Crystal Maze, definitely above Countdown, but not above Codename Kids Next Door or Bamzuki. They're more iconic to me. They're definitely more iconic to me than Crystal Maze, but an absolute fantastic game show. The Cube. Another British game show, which was all about just a series of tests. Which contestants have 9 lives, basically, to complete, 8 or 9 tests? 8 or 9 tests. and the further they progress, the more money they win. And this show was alright. I did like it, but not super entertaining though. I didn't find the show super entertaining, but, you know, very exciting and thrilling at the same time. The Cube I would rank B tier. Definitely above 50/50 and My Spy Family. Definitely above those two, without question. Okay, The Herbs. The Herbs I completely forgot about until more recently, when I discovered it in another YouTube video. Unfortunately, not all episodes of The Herbs is online. It was a very short series though, only 13 episodes, and The Herbs, when I rewatched it again, I was definitely hit with a pure nostalgia factor, especially hearing the main character, Parsley, singing, "I'm a very friendly line called Parsley." Oh, it was so heartwarming when I listened to Parsley singing again. It was so great. It was so great. It's not a musical show. It's not a musical show to say, but definitely an iconic one for me. Definitely an iconic one for me, The Herbs. I can't rate it super highly, but I am going to give it an A tier, The Herbs. Definitely above Fear Factor, but not above Blue's Clues. Not above Blue's Clues. But yeah, it's a fantastic, nice show in general. And you can learn about different types of plants as well from it as well. Because the characters in the show, they are named after plants in real life. You know, we got parsley, obviously, but there's also bay leaf, sage, basil, rosemary. There's also chives, onions, knapweed. There's one called Henry, but I can't say what it was specifically. But yeah, you can learn the names of different types of plants from it as well. Courage the Cowardly Dog. A nice cartoon this was. It was a nice cartoon, this one. It can be a bit frightening at times, this show, but definitely a very iconic show watching growing up. Courage the Cowardly Dog. And this will get a high rating, but not super high though, Courage the Cowardly Dog, but it's one I did watch a fair bit growing up and enjoying, so this is an A tier show for me. Definitely above these ones. Yes, in between Casper the Friendly Ghost and Blue's Clues. I don't know, I can't remember Charmander. There are creepy elements to the show, but I never noticed them as a kid really, until looking back at previous clips. But yeah, Courage the Cowardly Dog is definitely an A tier show. That's for sure, certain. The Hoobs. Oh my goodness, The Hoobs. Another one of these cartoon shows that I managed to discover before making the tier list, and the initial tier list, and yeah. And again, I just smiled rewatching the introduction of it. I just smiled because of the nostalgia again about it. And I did rewatch one of the episodes, and it was okay. Not spectacular, obviously, but yeah, it's quite a music. There's a fair bit of music involved in the show as well, which some of these kids shows tend to do. They tend to add a fair bit of music. Oh yeah, Balamori. I watched it so much as a kid. I find it a bit embarrassing that I did find it entertaining as a kid, but again, it's a kids show, so yeah. The Hoops was another kids show I did watch and did like as well. I can't really put this in the same level as A tier, like Balamori, but this is a B tier show. But I would put this in B tier. Not above these ones. B tier or C tier? Where does the Hoops go? Yeah, definitely above these ones. Yeah, I think I'll put the Hoops in C tier, actually. Above Johnny Bravo, but not above Big Time Rush. But not above Big Time Rush. And obviously, as a kid, you learned about some of the stuff that the Hoops tried to discover about as well. But yeah, definitely a nice nostalgic show that I managed to remember as a kid watching. So the Hoops at C tier. That'll be it. The Pink Panther. Another one of those shows that has a fantastic introduction theme, which is only an instrumental but very iconic. And I really enjoyed watching the Pink Panther growing up, and even looking back at some of the cartoons, it's nice to watch again. The Pink Panther. Obviously, there's the Pink Panther in films and such, but the Pink Panther films, they're in a different sort of area compared to the original cartoon. But I really like the Pink Panther. So the Pink Panther does get an A tier. It's absolutely gets an A tier. Above these ones. I think, yeah, ahead of Noddy, but not ahead of Looney Tunes. Looney Tunes just slightly better than the Pink Panther, and we'll leave it at that. The Story of Tracy Beaker. It's one of those like sitcom shows that was on CBBC, and the Story of Tracy Beaker is all about a teenage girl called Tracy Beaker who basically lives in an orphanage. Throughout her early teen years. And such. There was actually a newer Tracy Beaker show in more recent years called My Mum Tracy Beaker, which was about her mother. Sorry, no. But yeah, My Mum Tracy Beaker was actually a newer show, which I think follows Tracy Beaker's daughter and such. I haven't really seen it yet, but I'm not particularly interested in doing so. But Tracy Beaker was a show that I watched a lot growing up. It was one of the earliest sitcom style shows I watched as a kid. So definitely quite entertaining. Not super entertaining, but entertaining enough to earn itself a B rank. Not above Britain's Got Talent, but yeah, above Scooby-Doo. Definitely above Scooby-Doo, I would say. The Wumbles, one of the earliest animated shows to appear. And again, it's made by the same person, Ivor Wood, who also made, Postman Pat and the Herbs. Underground, overground, wumbling grief. The Wumbles of Wimbledon Common are we. It's all about characters that lives in Wimbledon Common, who basically makes use of all the rubbish and such that humans typically throw out. Guys, spare me a minute or two. Just a bit of a marketing call about a recent order from Domino's. Anyway, the Wumbles. I do remember watching the Wumbles growing up, and I do like the theme song of the Wumbles as well. Well, and the Wumbles also have made music as well. They also have music singles as well that have at least reached the top 40 in the UK. I wouldn't say this show is super nostalgic to me, but I do acknowledge its existence, and, for being a charming show, to say the least. So the Wombles is a B tier show. Definitely above these ones. Above Family Fortunes, I would say above Family Fortunes, yes. And above Peppa Pig. But above Badfink, nah. Not above Badfink, but the Wombles definitely a very respectful B rank. Without question. The Inspector. The Inspector is effectively a sort of spin-off of the Pink Panther series, because it's basically done in the same style as the Pink Panther show. As an Inspector show. And I did like it, but I don't remember too much about it though in general, so I can't really rank this show too highly because I don't really remember anything about it. Just that it was entertaining to watch as a kid, and that's about it. So I'll put this in C rank. I will put this show C rank, but not above Adventure Time. Not above Adventure Time, but definitely above Paddington Bear. I'll probably find the Inspector more entertaining than Paddington Bear and such. The Magic School Bus. I did watch an episode or two of this show, but honestly, nothing really to input, really. I can't say it was very entertaining or nostalgic to watch, really, so I can't rate this higher than... I can't really go above E rank, really, with this show. This is another one of these shows that it's just meh. I know it exists and that's it. That's this. So I'll put this in E rank. Above Clifford the Big Red Dog. And I think that's about it, really. Tom and Jerry. One of my absolute favourite cartoons as a kid. I would watch this so frequently on TV. Probably one of the most frequent cartoons I watched as a kid growing up, Tom and Jerry. I absolutely loved Tom and Jerry. So without question, Tom and Jerry is a definite S tier rank show. Tom and Jerry I would definitely put above Pingu, without question. Tom and Jerry is above Pingu. It's in my top 10. Tom and Jerry is in my top 10 for nostalgic shows. I should point that out as well. My top 10 from the last tier list is going to remain unchanged for this top tier list. So if you guys know what my top 10 is, you know where the shows are going to be when I rank them. But yeah, Tom and Jerry is an absolute S tier for me. One of the most frequent cartoons I watched on Cartoon and absolutely love. Right, I need to go to the toilet, guys. I'll be back soon. Stay tuned. Alright everyone, I am back. Sorry for the wait. Had to go to the toilet and such, but here we are. Let's continue with the tier list. Now moving on. Totally Spies. Quite an interesting show, to say the least. Quite an interesting show, to say the least. Yeah. But I didn't mind it when I was watching it and such. When it was on, what was it called? Disney Plus or some other channel, which I can't remember. But I do remember watching the show and didn't mind it at all. Not super entertaining, obviously, but it was enjoyable as a kid, so that's all I can say. And I would give this show a C tier. Above El Nombre, yes. Yeah, above Teenage Robots, but probably not above Johnny Bravo. So I'll just leave it at there, really, for Totally Spies. Right, whatever happened to Robot Jones? This is a Cartoon Network show, which does show a bit of like which, you know, the style of it that was drawn and such. I could definitely see a bit of regular show in it and such. Robot Jones is basically just about a robot who basically tries to learn about how humans live and such in everyday life. It's a unique show. I wouldn't call it super entertaining, and I did rewatch one of its episodes more recently, and it was alright. Not super entertaining though. I didn't really get a lot of nostalgia, but this was a show that I was able to recall watching, but couldn't remember the name of exactly. But it's thanks to you guys, especially Nico, who managed to remember this show, that helped me remember it again. I will give Whatever Happened to Robot Jones a respectful B rank. Not the most entertaining show in the world, but nice enough. But not above Fifi and the Flower Tots, because I definitely watched that more compared to Whatever Happened to Robot Jones. That's basically it. What's New Scooby-Doo? Yeah, which is basically a continuation of the Scooby-Doo animated cartoon series and such. And I would say this show is basically on par with the original Scooby-Doo. Same sort of entertainment for me watching it compared to the original Scooby-Doo. So both shows are pretty much exactly the same to me. So I'm going to put this in B tier, right next to the normal Scooby-Doo show. And there it is in B tier. Okay, Wonder Pets. I do remember watching Wonder Pets growing up. Only a few episodes and just a sing-along show, really. That's all you can say about it, really. I don't remember it to be super entertaining and such, and there's really nothing more I can say, really, about Wonder Pets. It's not that super entertaining, really. Just another generic kids show cartoon, and that's all. I can't rate Wonder Pets too highly. I am going to give it an E ranking, because I would rather watch Charlie and Lola compared to Wonder Pets. That's for certain, and we'll leave it at that. The X Factor. Oh boy. The X Factor. I did watch this a fair bit growing up, but I wasn't really super into the show. I mostly only watched it when other members of my family was watching it on TV. But I mean, and it has been cancelled for a few years, for quite some time now, and one of the former contestants outed the show for basically poor treatment and such, which it's really sad to hear about, really. So yeah, with all this in mind, I'm not particularly fond of the X Factor. I can't rate X Factor too highly, so I am going to give this a fairly low. Nah, not even D rank. Not even D rank. I think I'll put this just slightly above Golden Balls, really, and then that's it. And that's it, really. And that's it, really. We'll just leave it at there. Up next, You've Been Framed. You've Been Framed is basically like early days YouTube, where, you know, people would submit home videos of people getting into accidents or make stupid mistakes, And it was hosted by Harry Hill as well. Simple as. It's just basically old school YouTube, basically. You've Been Framed. Very entertaining show in general. So this show, without question, is B tier. I won't put it in A tier, because I think there's other shows far more entertaining than You've Been Framed, but it definitely does deserve a B tier ranking. Above the Cube, My Spy Family, and 50/50. America's Home Funniest Videos. Pretty much, Peter. Yeah, pretty much. So let's leave it at that. Deal or No Deal. Another British game show that I really enjoyed watching as a kid growing up, and even going down into one or two piers, going to a couple of piers, which is like a mini theme park, effectively, in the seaside and such, playing these ticket games, and I actually managed to win the top prize in the ticket game of Deal or No Deal a couple of times, which was amazing. But it's a fantastic, entertaining show, Deal or No Deal, absolutely. So without question, it's a definitely very high ranking show. Would I put this in S tier though? It is one of my favorite game shows of all time, but it is one of my favorite game shows of all time. But it's just a guessing game, really. It's just a guessing game, really, and that's just about it. I can't really put this in S tier. It's a super iconic show, don't get me wrong, but Countdown and the Crystal Maze are leagues better compared to Deal or No Deal, which is just a guessing game, really. Which is just a test your luck game, really. But great entertainment, though. But it was great entertainment, especially with some of the contestants that's been on there. Like Bunny and Mary, for example. Super entertaining show, though. Not S tier, but super high A rank. No question. Dennis and Nasher, which I think is also called Dennis the Menace. Specifically the cartoon. The cartoon of it. I do remember watching it, and I do remember a few episodes of it, which is going to reflect on the score. Which will affect on the score. But yeah. It was an entertaining show. It was a fairly entertaining show. Not super fond or nostalgic for me, but entertaining enough to earn it a respectful rank, which is going to be where exactly? I think I'll give this high C. I think I would rank this above Adventure Time. I would rank this above Adventure Time, really. I'll just leave it at that. What's the Cube? It's a game show. It's basically a series of tests that contestants have to complete in order to win money. Peter. Dexter's Laboratory. One of the most frequent cartoons I would usually watch on Cartoon Network. Super nostalgic for me. Dexter's Laboratory. Big part of my childhood watching cartoons on television. Absolute great show. I really can't say much further than that, really. So Dexter's Laboratory, without question, is an S tier ranking show. Dexter's Laboratory is S tier. I would put this above Arthur. I would put this above Arthur, but not ahead of Bob the Builder. But just not ahead of Bob the Builder. But Dexter's Laboratory, fantastic cartoon in general. Fantastic cartoon. Dick and Dom in the Bungalow. Absolutely, Pingu is in S tier. There is no two ways about it. Yeah, absolutely, Peter. But yeah, Dick and Dom in the Bungalow. This was a British show. And yeah. And I think it was a somewhat competition as well. But Dick and Dom in the Bungalow has given us a lot of iconic British stuff. Such as the Bogies rounds. which is just literally the presenters trying to shout bogeys as loud as they can. They even did it in a public library, which is fucking hilarious. It is fucking hilarious when they played bogeys in a public library. They both really struggled to not laugh out loud. It is so hilarious. It is so hilarious. But I did really enjoy watching Dick and Dom in the bungalow. It was an entertaining show for me as a kid. So this is an A-tier show for me. This is definitely an A-tier show. Ahead of Balamori, but not ahead of Fear Factor. Not ahead of Fear Factor. I have zero interest in Blue... Whenever I tried to watch Blue Peter, interest went away super quick for me, Peter. I have no interest or liking, really, to Blue Peter. Rather just not know about it, really. And that's about it. Okay. Sorry, is Ben 10 here? Is Ben 10 here? I hope it is. Oh yes it is. Oh yes it is. Sorry, I thought I couldn't see Ben 10 at first, so I was a bit worried. Okay, anyway, Dragon Ball Z, the anime. I definitely did watch it, a few episodes at least. But do I rate it highly? Sadly, no. It's not really nostalgic for me. It's not a show that I would want to go back to watch frequently and such. I can't rate it super highly as a result, because there's no real proper nostalgia for me. But I do respect it for being a decent show. So I'm going to put it in C tier. Above these ones for certain. Definitely above these ones. Above Paddington Bear? Nah, not above Paddington Bear. Just put it in between Paddington Bear and Pinky and the Brain. And we'll just leave it at that. Evil Con Carne. I first watched this show when it used to be joint program with Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, which actually used to be one show called Grim and Evil. That was how I discovered Evil Con Carne, as well as the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. Evil Con Carne is okay, but the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy is a far superior show compared to Evil Con Carne, in my opinion. I can't rate Evil Con Carne too highly, but I'll give it... But I did like it when I watched it, so I could only give this a high C ranking, basically. I can't really put it in B rank. I don't think it deserves it. But a high C rank. Definitely above the other shows, I think. Well, we got ads playing, so I'll just wait for a minute. Okay, ads are finished. Welcome back, everyone who just had to watch ads. Hello, Great Luigi. I'm doing all right. I'm remaking my nostalgic shows tier list because there's more shows I discovered, and one midstream that I forgot to include. In my initial tier list. So I'm remaking it. But yeah, I just finished ranking Evil Con Carne, which is a high C rank show for me. It's okay, but not as good as The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy in comparison. Okay. So anyway. Above Dennis and Nasher and Adventure Time? Yeah, definitely. Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. Another show on Cartoon Network that I watched a lot. That's understandable, Great Luigi. It is my tier list overall. It is my tier list overall. I thought about putting Rosie and Jim in E tier, but no, I can't really justify it. Or can I? Now that I think about it, no, I'm considering actually making a slight change here on the tier list. I am considering it. I am going to move Golden Balls to F tier. Sorry, I'm to be honest, I'm not really a fan of the show nowadays. And I think Rosie and Jim going above that would be much better in comparison. Yeah, I think that's a bit better now, to be honest. I think that's a bit better now. Okay, let's get back to the next show. Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. Another show I frequently watched as a kid growing up on Cartoon Network. And was great fun to watch as well. Great fun to watch. Seeing you know, Blue and the others, getting into all sorts of different scenarios. One episode I remembered watching clips of recently was basically referencing YouTube. Was effectively referencing the old days of YouTube, like, you know, YouTube poops and such. When Blue and Frankie caught the head of the house, effectively doing embarrassing stuff, and then posting it online. Well, Blue posted it online. Yes, I did, Peter. Fireman Sam is in S tier. Fireman Sam is in S tier right here. But yeah, it was a fun show to watch as a kid. This show is definitely A tier because it's definitely a more iconic cartoon for me. But not a super high A tier though. Not a super high A tier show though. But it's high A tier. But definitely respectful. Definitely above Balamory and Dick and Dom. But not above Fear Factor. Not above Fear Factor. That will be good enough as it is. Gladiators. Another super iconic show growing up for me watching UK Gladiators. What a fantastic show this was. Absolutely love it. It was a competition that really tests a contestant's ability, endurance, obstacle course, and stamina in effect. Sorry, I'm mumbling a bit. This. It's a super iconic show. And one that me and my cousin would love watching as well. So, with that in mind, Gladiators is an S tier show. Gladiators is absolutely an S tier show. Above Crystal Maze? Yes, actually, it is above Crystal Maze. It's that more iconic to me. It's that much more iconic to me, Gladiators, compared to Crystal Maze. Just really love the show. Really love the show. It's just fantastic. Inspector Gadget. Now, I actually watched one of the Inspector Gadget films first before the animated series, but I wish I saw the animated series first. It's quite enjoyable, with a great theme song as well, the Inspector Gadget theme, which does earn it a bit of bonus points. It's a great cartoon in general, Inspector Gadget. So this gets a decent B ranking This will get a decent B ranking. Above Badfink? Yes, above Badfink. Yes. Above Badfink. But not above Scooby-Doo. Oops. But not above Scooby-Doo. I think Scooby-Doo is a little bit better compared to Inspector Gadget. But yeah. Great show though, regardless, Inspector Gadget. Kim Possible. Now, Kim Possible, one of those cartoons in like Disney Plus or such. It was okay, but not super entertaining. Like, I see no reason to rewatch it again for nostalgic reasons, really. I don't really have a reason to rewatch it again nowadays, so I'll just leave it at that. It was a decent show, so for that, I'll give it a C rank, but not too highly. I think just behind Totally Spies. I think I would rather watch Totally Spies than Kim Possible, really. And that's just about it, really. Art Attack. Art Attack. Oh my goodness. Another great show as a kid to watch growing up. Art Attack. Super iconic British show, this one. And there was a couple of Disney DVDs I had which had a Art Attack segment on it, actually. Such as Peter Pan and Sleeping Beauty. I think also Sleeping Beauty as well. But yeah, it is a super iconic show, and it also has featured moments of the main host making a very big art piece and such as well. It is such a fantastic show. Not S tier, but high A tier, without question. Without question, this is a high A tier show, Art Attack. Not above Deal or No Deal. Not above these ones. Nah, not above Looney Tunes. But yeah. In between Looney Tunes and the Pink Panther. That will do. That will do. It's a fantastic show with an iconic theme song as well. Another iconic theme song as well. How many times have I said the theme song has been iconic? Little Bill. Wow. Little Bill was a show that I did watch a lot growing up as a kid. And I really loved the show as a kid as well, Little Bill. However, there is a big downside to Little Bill nowadays. Because Little Bill is more or less about a young Bill Crosby. It's basically a young Bill Crosby, and unfortunately, we know what eventually came out about Bill Crosby. It's a great show, Bill Cosby. Sorry, I'm mispronouncing it and such. But yeah. A great show that has been tainted by the fact with what the person that the show is based on turned out to be. I can't give it an S tier rank because of that, but I will give it a low A rank at the very least because of the fact that I really enjoyed watching this show as a kid. Yes, above Blue's Clues. It is above Blue's Clues, but not above Courage the Cowardly Dog. No way. Not above Courage the Cowardly Dog. Okay, before I move on. There's almost 200 shows in this tier list, by the way, guys. There's almost 200 shows in this. Maggie and the Ferocious Beast. Another show I enjoyed watching as a kid growing up. Which is all about Maggie, a 5-year-old explorer, venturing in the world of Nowhere Land with her two friends, Hamilton Honks in a cardboard box, and her friend Beast, I think he's called the Ferocious Beast. I think he's just called Beast, really. But yeah, it was a really entertaining kids show for me watching as a kid. And I did rewatch 1 or 2 episodes not too long ago. And it was okay, but not like super nostalgic to me, but enough nostalgia for me to recognize how entertaining it was for me as a kid. So Maggie and the Ferocious Beast is an A-rank show. It's definitely an A-rank show. Not above Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, so I'll have to leave it at that. What the hell, Charmander? Is this like YouTube or something? Damn. Okay, Bagpuss. Another very old like show in British television. It's all about a cat that basically lives in a toy shop. And every episode would feature a new item that the toys will inspect and learn about how it works and such. And I think Bagpuss would also tend to talk about a story which revolves around the object and such. It's a very old style cartoon, and I did like it as well. And I think I'll give Bagpuss a B ranking, but not above. I think I would rank it above these ones. I think in between the Wombles and Peppa Pig, between those two, I think that's quite suitable for it. So we'll leave it at that. Bananas in Pajamas. Iconic, catchy theme song. Bananas in pajamas are coming down the stairs. I can't remember it all entirely though. I didn't watch too much of Bananas in Pajamas. I did watch a few episodes. I think mostly the CGI animation of Bananas in Pajamas is mostly what I remember compared to the original animated series or the costume show and whatnot. So I can't really rank Bananas in Pajamas too highly, but it has a nice theme song though. It has a decent theme song, but I can't rate it too highly. I can only give this show a C tier. Low C tier, really. Low C tier, really. El Nombre, I would definitely prefer to watch. I would definitely prefer to watch El Nombre compared to Bananas in Pajamas. Stardew Valley Fan 6, hello to you. Thanks for the follow. Right. Bear Behaving Badly. This is a series that is all about Nev the Bear. Nev the Bear was like one of the most frequent like puppet characters that would appear in CBBC, which is children's BBC. And I remember seeing Nev the Bear in other shows, but Bear Behaving Badly I did own a DVD of at one point. And the show's okay. Super nostalgic and entertaining? I wouldn't say so. But I was able to remember its existence and such because of the fact that Nev the Bear was in other programs as well, not just in its own series. So I can't really rate it too highly, but high C tier at least. Definitely high C tier. Yeah, above these other shows as well. Just before Evil Con Carne. Pretty much leave it at that. Buzz Lightyear of Star Command. Basically, Buzz Lightyear's series. Buzz Lightyear's own television series. And we know Buzz Lightyear is from Toy Story and such. He has his own TV show, and this one I definitely recall watching a lot. And, you know, a few years ago I actually rewatched a few of their episodes. I think the most iconic episode for me from Buzz Lightyear of Star Command is the is the one involving Gravitina giving Buzz his own gravitational pull head. I love that episode. It's probably my favorite one out of the entire series. And of course, I watched the Buzz Lightyear Star Command film as well. I also enjoyed that one. But it has good humorous moments though. Buzz Lightyear Star Command. I definitely like the show watching. I think I can give this a low A rank. It's not like one of the best shows in the world, but but even as an adult, I was able to look back at a few episodes and really like them, especially the Gravitina one I mentioned. And of course, I owned the video game as well, Buzz Lightyear Star Command as well. So a good part of my childhood memories, Buzz Lightyear Star Command. Yes, above these shows, yes. I think just after Noddy. That would be very respectful there for Buzz Lightyear Star Command. Catchphrase! Oh boy! This is a British game show, which is all about just name the catchphrase that appears on screen. And it has an infamous moment in it. And there is a very infamous moment on the show involving guessing a catchphrase, which is super fucking hilarious. Fantastic show, really. And you get to learn catchphrases as well that you may have never heard of before. But where would I rank it? I can't justify putting this in S tier. Yes, the Snake Charmer one. I can't put this in A tier, and I don't think I can put this in A tier either. It's a good show, but not in the same league as these ones, really. But high B tier. Definitely above Take It or Leave It. I would definitely put this above Take It or Leave It, at least. Catchphrase. And I'll leave it at that. I don't think it's justifiable to put it in an A tier for me. But super high B tier. Definitely good there. Chuggington! The original competitor of Thomas the Tank Engine. Chuggington was a British show, which is basically mainly about trains, effectively, or locomotives. I mean, almost nearly all the trains in this show are actually electronic, so it's a bit more it's more like a futuristic version of Thomas. And of course, the trains in the show, they acted a lot different compared to the trains in Thomas the Tank Engine, because the trains were able to jump about and bounce off the rails, but not to the extent where they can move about wherever they wanted to. They were still forced onto the tracks, and it was all CGI, the show. I do remember watching Chuggington as a kid. I didn't really catch on to it, really, compared to Thomas the Tank Engine, which, Thomas the Tank Engine, Thomas and Friends, far superior show compared to Chuggington. But Chuggington was okay. And Chuggington even got a revival series back in 2020 and 2021. And I actually did watch one of these newer episodes, and I actually did like it as well. It was when Wilson became a kind of news reporter and basically started to say fabricated stories, which leads to chaos, which led to a bit of chaos ensuing. Chuggington is an alright show. Not super entertaining as a kid, especially compared to Thomas, but a very respectful show. A show I do have a fair bit of respect for. So I'll give this a B ranking. Can't really put this above Wombles or Bagpuss, but above Peppa Pig, definitely. Definitely above Peppa Pig. Mona the Vampire. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, Charmander. Yeah, Mona the Vampire is a show I did watch some episodes growing up as a kid. And I did try rewatching one of the episodes again more recently, and it was okay. And it has a good theme song as well. Mona the Vampire. It's not the most nostalgic show for me in the world, but again, it's one of those shows that I think back and go, oh my goodness, I remember this show. So I did like it. Mono the Vampire will get a B ranking. And I'll reflect, and just behind Fifi and the Flower Tots. Again, similar to my last tier ranking show, where it's nearly almost the same as Fifi and the Flower Tots. But Fifi and the Flower Tots, I watched more of and did like a bit more compared to Mono the Vampire. We'll leave it there. News round. Obviously, this is the newer logo, but News round was basically a children's version of, you know, like BBC News and such, where they would talk about topics that are going on in real life, but not go into it like super detailed, nor go into political stuff as far as I'm concerned. Just mainly covering topics that kids can understand easily and such. It's just a news show. What else can you say about it? I'm not going to rate this too highly. I'll definitely watch it above X Factor. Then that's it, really. I would definitely prefer to watch News Round over X Factor. And that's it. Pokemon. Another somewhat decent part of my childhood. I wasn't really into the games Pokemon. My cousin is, but not me. But I did enjoy watching the anime series of Pokemon, like the early anime series of it. Definitely enjoyed good times watching it. But is it super nostalgic to me? No, it's not a super nostalgic show. But you know, but it was definitely it played a small part of my childhood, but not a massive part. I can't rate it. I will give this a A rank. This will be an A rank because it is a good anime show, but not super high. Like definitely above these ones, above Looney Tunes, Come Fly With Me. Might be a bit controversial here. I'm gonna put it before Looney Tunes. Pokemon before Looney Tunes. Looney Tunes I would definitely find more entertaining compared to Pokemon. So yeah, I'll just leave it at that, really. Postman Pat, another classic British cartoon, and it's a show I did watch again recently, the first 2 seasons and a little bit of series 3 as well. Postman Pat is just about a postman who is called Pat, just going about his job delivering mail, and also gets into various other scenarios to help out the people of Greendale, such as getting a kite down from a tree, finding a kid's toy, what else? What other kind of scenarios did he get involved in? Dealing with the stress of getting more and more parcels to deliver. Normal everyday. It's virtually a show that anyone can really enjoy and sit back in comfort, really. Not just kids, but adults as well. And it has a super iconic theme song as well. Postman Pat, Postman Pat, Postman Pat and his black and white cat. Early in the morning, just as day is dawning, he picks up all his post bags in his van. So Postman Pat, without question, is an S tier show. But where exactly in S tier? It is a super relaxing and charming series, without question. But unironically, I do prefer shows like Bob the Builder and Fireman Sam over it, compared to stop motion films. But Postman Pat, I think I can put this just behind Codename Kids Next Door. Codename Kids Next Door. I think that will be a very. I think that will do really. That'll be it. Recess. Oh, another iconic cartoon growing up watching. Postman Pat was S tier in my previous tier list, Peter. Bob the Builder was A tier, but now S tier, because I really loved the voice acting in the show, and enjoy watching the show in general. The classic series, and some of Project Build did as well. But episodes involving characters such as Scrambler, I really wasn't a fan of. In Project Build It, but the classic series is so iconic. And as I said earlier, Rolly literally sounds like Andy from Little Britain, the "Yeah, I know" guy. Rolly literally reminds me of Andy from Little Britain. Okay, now Recess. Really enjoyed watching Recess as a kid growing up. I loved watching Recess, which I think was on Disney Plus again. And yeah, Kipper the dog. I managed to remember that as well. Interesting theme song it has to that show. And it's one of those like more relaxing cartoons as well. But yeah, back to Recess. Another iconic show for me. Watched plenty of it growing up and did rewatch a little bit of as an adult nowadays. So yeah, it's a very decent show, to simply put, and I'll definitely put this in B tier. This is definitely a B tier show above these ones. And Samurai Jack and this, yeah, that. Above, I think this. Yeah, above these ones as well. Story above Tracy Beaker, above that. Yeah, Britain's Got Talent. I think we'll have to stop there. Because Britain's Got Talent was a more entertaining show for me when I was younger compared to Recess. My throat is getting dry with all this talking. Yeah, Brum. Did you know that former Robot Wars competitor Rex Garrod, he built Brum? Okay, Robot and Monster. I know the show exists, and I do remember seeing an episode of it, but it is not iconic, nostalgic, nor memorable for me. It's not really a great show for me to want to go back to and rewatch, because I don't remember it very well, really. And as a result, I can't rate this highly. I can only go as far as E rank, but high E rank. Definitely above Wonder Pets, definitely. Come Outside. I did not watch this on television as a kid growing up, but I watched it in primary school at times where there were a few sessions where we would watch a program on TV, and Come Outside was played a few times. Like, I remember a few episodes such as visiting a construction site, which gave viewers a scare where it looked like the dog was picked up by an excavator and was lost completely, but in the end the dog was returned to the owner, who was the host of the episode of the show. There was another one where they went to a juice carton factory, which unironically featured Thomas the Tank Engine juice cartons. And there was another episode as well where the host had a fire scare, but her dog managed to warn like firemen and stop the potential of a house fire happening as well. I can't rate Come Outside too highly. You know, it's just a show I watched in school and that's it. But the fact that I'm able to remember this existing and such, and a few episodes, it does help it rank a bit higher compared to some of the shows in compared to shows in the D tier section. Come Outside, I will give a respectful C tier, but I can't rate it too highly. I can only rate this above Bananas in Pajamas, and that's it, really. Because the other shows above Come Outside is more entertaining. It's El Nombre, for example. I had that on videotape, and I watched that even more compared to Come Outside. Just a respectful C tier, and that's it. Rugrats. Rugrats. Another show that I watched so much growing up as a kid. It's literally all about babies who, when the parents are not around, they're able to talk. They're able to talk, effectively. It's a very iconic show for me. It's a very iconic show for me. And again, one of the video games I used to own was Rugrats Search for Reptar. Reptar, which is one of those like nostalgic video games for me to play growing up as a kid. But yeah, I really like Rugrats, and for that reason, it's a very good high A ranking show. It's definitely an A rank show, definitely above these lots, and Pink Panther. Above Art Attack, ooh. Above Art Attack, yes, and even above Pokemon. That might come a bit of a shock to some of you guys, but I definitely prefer to watch Rugrats compared to Pokemon. It's more iconic to me, Rugrats. More iconic. Shin-chan. Oh boy, Shin-chan. A Japanese cartoon about a Japanese kid living a normal life, basically, with his two parents, and when I rewatched one of the episodes that I remembered as a kid. Oh my god, I didn't realize how crude the show was. I could not believe how crude the show was when I rewatched it. When I rewatched an episode of it growing up, I can't believe I didn't understand some of the stuff that was mentioned in it until rewatching it again. I really hope you get to the bottom of it, Master, but yeah. Hopefully you get that sorted. But anyway, back to Shin-chan. Back to talking about Shin-chan. Pokemon is A tier, behind Rugrats and Looney Tunes. Anyway, Shin-chan. So yeah, it's a cartoon just about a Japanese kid and his parents just living life, really. But some of the scenarios involved in the show, it can get so crude at times. It's like, oh my god, how was this allowed? So yeah, Shin-chan. I will definitely give this a B rank. This is definitely a decent B rank show. Not a show I would particularly watch all of the episodes growing up, but man. Well, a memorable show for me though, watching as a kid growing up. Definitely above these ones. Yeah, just before Bagpuss. Just before Bagpuss, I think. I think we'll leave it at that, really, for Shin-chan. Scartoony! Oh boy, Scartoony! This was a game show involving kids against cartoons, answering questions, all about answering questions and such. This show I definitely have fond memories of, especially the host of the show, before being involved in other aspects of Cartoon Network, before Scartoony was a thing. And one of the prizes that the kids could win was a Nintendo Wii back then, so yeah. So yeah. It's definitely an iconic show for me. And I've always wondered why cartoons were never able to make it to the final prize-winning round. But now I think about it, it sort of makes sense, because how can a cartoon play video games and such? Exactly. So it makes sense that the kids always won on the show. It did. It's cartoony, very, very nostalgic for me. I would definitely give this a very high ranking. This will go into A tier. Definitely above these shows. Above Looney Tunes? Yes. And Come Fly With Me. Above Mr. Bean? No, not above Mr. Bean. That's about as high as I can go for cartoony. But yeah, very iconic show for me as a kid watching growing up. Very iconic show. Star Wars The Clone Wars. Okay. I think I do recall watching an episode at least of it. But in all honesty, I am not a fan of this show. I am not a fan of this show. Not really a big Star Wars fan either. I mean, I watched the films, most of them, but could never really get behind it, really. And Clone Wars could not really I didn't really enjoy watching it. I would lose interest very quickly. I can't rate this so highly, really. I mean, last time I put this in F tier, but it doesn't deserve F tier. I will put this at least in E tier. I would put this at least in E tier. Above News Round. Above News Round. And that's it, really. No more higher than that. Takeshi's Castle. What a fantastic show that was, Takeshi's Castle. Of course, the original series of it with Greg Charles, who is also the host of Robot Wars, narrating. And one of the main actors in Red Dwarf as well. Super iconic game show. Hugely entertaining. What else can you say about it? It's a fantastic show. And this show is definitely belonging in S tier. Above Crystal Maze, Gladiators? Yes, definitely above those. Would I go higher than Postman Pat? Yes, I will actually. And above Codename Kids Next Door? Yes, above that as well. But not above Bamzuki. Bamzuki, very iconic and super and close to my heart, really, that show. Very iconic game show of all time. One of the most iconic game shows of all time. Right, That's So Raven. Another one of these sitcom shows that I did see a little bit of as a kid growing up. But I can't really remember anything about that show, really. Not really. Just the transition... Just the memory scenes. Transition memory scenes. Of zooming into Raven's eye and whatnot. And then zooming out. That's all I can remember, really. I can't rate That's So Raven too highly. But it doesn't deserve E rank, though. It's a D rank show. But I won't rate it too highly. Not even above Ren and Stimpy. But I think above My Parents... No, actually, no, not above those. I think in between Invader Zim and Cat Dog. I think that's suitable. I think that would be pretty suitable. The Amazing World of Gumball. I really like The Amazing World of Gumball. Well, great show filled with many cases of references to, like, video games and such. It's a great show to always go back to and watch, especially, and I see more compilations of, like, out of context Amazing World of Gumball. Yeah, sorry, I'm mumbling a bit. But it's such a great show. Definitely one of the better newer shows that was introduced to Cartoon Network. You know, alongside with regular show and Adventure Time. It's just a great cartoon. I really enjoy it. So, The Amazing World of Gumball is a super high A rank tier. Almost S tier, but not exactly. But definitely better than Deal or No Deal. Definitely above Deal or No Deal. That is for certain. Super high A rank. So close to S tier, but not exactly. Not exactly S tier. The Emperor's New School. Now, this is one of those... This is one of those Disney film, like, TV shows. I remember, like, 1 or 2 episodes from this, and I can't really remember too much about it, really. I think the episode I remember from this is, like, the Halloween episode. Like, going trick-or-treating and such. But... not really that fond or not really have any fond memories of this. I can't really rate this highly. I can only give this an E rank at best, really. But high E rank. Above Robot and Monster, definitely. Definitely above them. And then that's it. The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Another iconic sitcom watching as a kid growing up. And still going back to this day to look back at funny moments of the show, such as Jazz getting thrown out, for example. Definitely an iconic show for me watching as a kid. Especially the theme song and such. So yeah, great show. I think one of the earliest, one of the earliest shows in Will Smith's, entire career in acting. But yeah, fantastic show. Definitely an A-rank show, The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Definitely a good, decent A-rank show. Yeah, above these ones. Yeah, just behind Mr. Bean, the animated series. Just behind Mr. Bean, the animated series. Oh yeah, oh yeah. That father episode. The Penguins of Madagascar. Again, another one of those TV series based off a film which involves Madagascar. And this was a somewhat decent show that I watched as a kid growing up, The Penguins of Madagascar. I did like it. Not wasn't really super into it, but every time I saw this show, I enjoyed it, so it's a decent show. I can't really rate this too highly though, but this is a high C tier ranked show, without question. Without question. Not... Could I actually go B tier for this show? No, I can't put this in B tier. I can't put this in B tier, I'm afraid. But just outside B tier, The Penguins of Madagascar. It was good entertainment as a kid, watching growing up. But not a show I want to necessarily go back to re-watch nowadays. But yeah, it was entertaining as a kid. The Powerpuff Girls. Another super iconic Cartoon Network show that I watched a lot growing up as a kid. Really liked the Powerpuff Girls. Again, just pure nostalgia. It's great nostalgia, this show. Great nostalgia, this show. There's a fair amount of... And there's a decent amount of episodes that I do remember, such as the Gangrene Gang prank calling the Powerpuff Girls. And then the villains of the show that were effective actually went after the Gangrene Gang. And then there's also Blossom actually stealing a set of golf clubs, which got the professor into trouble, and then she had to admit fault for it. There was the time when the mayor got into a wrestling match with what was the character called? What was the character called? I can't remember. But yeah. Yeah, good amount of episodes to remember it. Super iconic show. Without question, the Powerpuff Girls is S tier. Without question, Powerpuff Girls is S tier. Definitely. But not super high S tier. Like, not on the same level as Dexter's Laboratory. But definitely above these shows. Just behind Codename Kids Next Door. Codename Kids Next Door was much better in comparison to the Powerpuff Girls, in my opinion. But yeah, definitely well recognized for being a super iconic show. The Super Mario Bros. Super Show. Now this covers a few variations of this show, such as number one, such as the first one, the New Super Mario Bros. Number 3, which was a TV show, and also Super Mario World, where Mario, Luigi, Yoshi, and Princess Toadstool would live in like the Dino world and such. This was another iconic show for me watching as a kid growing up. Definitely good memories of this show. I think my favorite episode is the Oh Brother one, where Mario and Luigi were fighting against each other. which is from one of the versions of the show. Another good episode, I think, was the one when Cooper opened a fast food restaurant as well. That's another standout episode for me. So this show will get a decent high B ranking. Not A ranking, but a decent high B ranking, because it is iconic to me. Definitely above the story of Tracy Beaker, but not above Recess. Not above Recess. The Wiggles. Another one of these very classic kids shows that a lot of people would probably have great memories as adults watching as a kid growing up. I do recall watching The Wiggles, but it is not an iconic show to me. That might sound upsetting to some of you people, but I am not a big fan of The Wiggles, honestly. I'm not really into The Wiggles. I'm not going to deny that it's a good show and whatnot, but I'm just not really into The Wiggles. So this might come a bit of a shock to some of you guys, but I cannot put The Wiggles in D rank at least. Unfortunately, it's going to have to be an E rank show for me. But just outside of D rank. Aw, Daisy. Daisy's calling for me, guys. Hang on. Hello, Daisy. Hello. Come here. Hey. She went meow. Aw. How are you, Daisy? You okay? Isn't she adorable? Imagine if I was like Postman Pat. I would have my own black and white cat here, actually. I have my own black and white cat, actually. Daisy. Alright, guys. Bear with me a few minutes. Daisy. Oh, Daisy. Come here. Come here. There you go. I'll have to attend to her for a few minutes, guys. Be right back. Alright guys, I'm back. I need to check something out in the background, so bear with me a few minutes, and then we'll continue with the tier list. Actually... Alright guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Just wanted to check a few things in the background before I continue. Right, everyone's still here? Is everyone still here? Hopefully so. Oh, we've got ads playing. Okay, well, you have to wait a minute longer before ads continue. But for those of you who have subscribed, hopefully you're all still here, and hopefully you've all been enjoying this new tier list making stream. Hope you guys are having a great time watching it all and such. I'm now just waiting until ads finish, and then we'll continue with the tier list. Alright, let's continue now with the tier list. Okay, now, The Wild Thornberrys. Another show that I did watch a fair bit growing up as a kid. You know, along with Rugrats. Hey Arnold, and a few other Nickelodeon shows as well. It's okay, Nico. It's alright. She'll appear again another time. But yeah, Wild Thornberrys. Not a super nostalgic show for me. I'm doing okay, said M, thank you. I'm doing okay. But yeah, The Wild Thornberrys is not really a super iconic show. I just know it exists, and that's it, really. But it was good to watch. It was good to watch as a kid, and I liked the film it did with Rugrats Gone Wild, I think it's called. So yeah, decent show. I'll give it a C rank because it's decent. Yes, definitely above Big Time Rush and Casper Scare School. Yes, above All Grown Up, but not above Pinky and the Brain. I think there is probably suitable for The Wild Thornberrys. Just below Pinky and the Brain, and that's it. Cow and Chicken. Oh, Eggy, really? That sounds interesting. Okay, Cow and Chicken. Another one of those cartoons on Cartoon Network that I do know about and have seen. Oh, PAL? Faster for a video game? No way. Damn. But yeah, Cow and Chicken. Another Crash 2 situation. Sheesh. That'll be something if that's true. But yeah, Cow and Chicken. I know it exists. I have watched it before growing up. And I know there's a spin-off of this show called I Am Weasel, but never watched it, so it's not going to be featured on this tier list. But Cow and Chicken, not the most entertaining show in the world for me. I just know it exists and then that's it. I can't really put this in C tier, but I'll give this a high D tier ranking. Definitely above Ren and Stimpy. I would imagine this show being more entertaining than Ren and Stimpy. And that's about it. The Cramp Twins. I cannot believe I completely forgot about the Cramp Twins when I made the initial tier list. But now here it is. The Cramp Twins was another show on Cartoon Network. I watched it so much as a kid growing up. And it features talented voice actors such as Tom Kenny, who voices Wayne Cramp. And the voice actor for Lucian Cramp is also known for other roles such as Phil and Lil in Rugrats. And I think even in a few films as well she voiced in. And I think have done a bit of Disney work as well. But yeah, it's a very iconic show for me, the Cramp Twins. Definitely very highly rate the show. And I'm having a good time rewatching it again recently. So yeah, this is definitely a very high ranking show. S rank? Ooh, not too sure. Would I give this an A rank show? Would I give this a S rank show? S rank? I think I can justify putting this in S rank because it was a big part of my childhood growing up watching the show, but not above Countdown. This is like low S rank. Like, could have been an A, like, sort of in between S and A, really. But a big part of my childhood, the Cramp Twins, without question. So it's in S tier as a result. Thomas and Friends, I mean, I'm not even going to waste time with this. Absolute S tier show. S tier show. The classic series and such. Amazing show. S tier, no questions about it. No questions about it. Fantastic show, the classic series. I grew up watching the hit entertainment era of Thomas as well, and I still enjoyed that as a kid as well. Well, I'm not a fan of the CGI, and the reboot, All Engines Go, is one of the most atrocious things ever made for television. But yeah, Thomas and Friends, massive part of my childhood. Top number one show for me. That's it. That's all I'll say. That's all. Right, next up is True Jackson VP, another sitcom show that was aired along with others such as iCarly and Victorious, and you know, other shows such as Drake and Josh, Zoe 101. I didn't mind True Jackson VP. It was okay, but not super entertaining, I would say. The main episode I remember was when the main, like, the CEO of like the company and such, had all of his favorite ice cream melted because one of Jackson's friends broke the freezing unit in the building's like cold room. So they had to find the original ice cream maker of Ice Cream Man who made it and get the recipe from them effectively. But I do remember that episode mainly. It's an alright sitcom show. Not spectacular, but entertaining enough to be decent. So this is a C tier ranking show. Above Big Time Rush? Yes, actually. Definitely above Big Time Rush. But not higher than Casper Scare School. That's about it. The Muppet Show. Now, while I did not watch Sesame Street as a kid growing up, I did watch a little bit of The Muppet Show. Like, as a kid, I knew all about I knew the Muppets and such, but not really watched any of their shows and such. But I did watch 1 or 2 episodes of The Muppet Show, and I still remember the stuff from that episode. You know, the Hana Mana song. And the question is, what is a Hana Mana? The question is, who cares? I do remember that episode in particular. It's not a huge part of my childhood, The Muppet Show. Like, I saw 1 episode, but the fact that I can still remember that episode and and some parts of it, that does help its ranking as such. So I'm gonna give it a low C rank, above Bananas in Pajamas, and I think even Come Outside. I can't rank it higher because I did not watch the show so much, so I wasn't really into it, but give it a somewhat respectful ranking for knowing that it was a good show and such for other people. The Tweenies! Oh boy! Another one of these CBBC shows that you know was on the television as such growing up. Now, there was another show similar to The Tweenies called The Fimbles, which I didn't watch. But basically, as a kid growing up in like the early 2000s or stuff like that, you either watched the Teletubbies and The Tweenies or The Fimbles. And I watched The Tweenies. The Tweenies was okay. The Tweenies was okay. Entertaining as a child and such, but not a show I particularly want to go back and rewatch for like childhood memory reasons. Not really a super iconic, not really a great iconic show for me, but I know it exists and such, and watched a fair amount of it as a kid. So I can't rank this in C, but I think I'll give this a high D rank. I'll probably give this a high D rank maybe. Hmm. Hmm. Actually, no. Just slightly above Bananas in Pajamas. Above Bananas in Pajamas, at least. Above Bananas in Pajamas. I think that's suitable for the tweenies. So we'll leave it there. Wacky Races! Another cartoon I watched a fair amount of growing up as a kid. Definitely enjoyed watching this program. Definitely enjoyed watching this program, you know, along with Looney Tunes, Top Cats, and some other shows. It was good fun to watch. Definitely good fun to watch. I can't remember really much about the show, but I do know that it's entertaining and such. I can't rate this too highly, but I'll give this a decent high C tier ranking at least. Decent high C tier ranking. Like in between the Penguins of Madagascar and Evil Con Carne, I think that's a pretty good, respectful place for this show for me. Winnie the Pooh. And I do recall watching Winnie the Pooh series. I definitely do recall watching the series. But not too much of it, though. Oh! I just remembered now. I talked about the voice actor of Lucian Cramp from the Cramp Twins. She also does the voice of Kanga, the adult kangaroo, from the Winnie the Pooh series. She does the voice of Kanga, I think. But yeah. But I'm not particularly... I don't have a lot of nostalgia for Winnie the Pooh. I don't really have a lot of nostalgia for Winnie the Pooh. Not really jumping out for me, really, the show. So I can't really rank it too highly. Just a D rank, really. I think in between Cow and Chicken and Ren and Stimpy. Because I think Winnie the Pooh would be more entertaining than Ren and Stimpy. Absolutely. No question about it. We'll just leave it at that. Danny Phantom. A cartoon I definitely watched a fair amount of growing up as a kid. Danny Phantom. You know, along with shows such as Fairly Odd Parents, Jimmy Neutron. It's one of these shows that aired along with it, which was also great to watch. So, good entertainment, Danny Phantom. Decent introduction theme to the show. I can't really remember much about the show. Except for the ghost rock star. But that's about it, really. However, Danny Phantom will get a respectful B rank. Danny Phantom will be getting a respectful B rank. But where will I put this? Yeah, definitely above these shows. Yes, just before the Super Mario Bros. Super Show, which again covers, you know, a few animated shows of it, such as Super Mario World, for example. But in between the Super Mario Bros. Super Show and the story of Tracy Beaker, that is where it will go. Dora the Explorer. I did watch this a fair amount as a kid growing up. And you can learn a bit of Spanish as a kid growing up as well. So it was nice that it was a show to help kids learn a new language and such. But I see no reason to re-watch it again as an adult, really. Not even for a good trip down nostalgia memory lane. Not a show I really particularly want to rewatch again, but was good source of entertainment as a kid. So I can't really put Dora the Explorer in B tier. I don't think that's suitable. But C tier, but a decent C tier, I think will be more than enough. Yeah, above the Hoobs. Definitely above the Hoobs. And that will do. Fairly Odd Parents. One of the most frequently watched cartoons I watched on Nickelodeon. You know, along with SpongeBob SquarePants and such. Definitely a very iconic show for me. I would watch it so much on television. Not as frequently as other shows, obviously. But, you know, we're talking about a similar level to, like, you know, the Cramp Twins. Would I say Fairly Odd Parents is S rank? No. But it's a very high A rank show. It's a very high A rank show, though. Fairly Odd Parents. So we'll put this. Oh, where have I done? What have I done? Oh no, I just messed up the order. Okay, where's Filial Parents? Okay, there it is. Before You've Been Framed. It's getting harder now to keep track of this. I'll just put Filial Parents here for now. Is that correct? I can't remember where You've Been Framed was. Can anyone help me? Was it before... Was it here? Oh, I can't remember now. I think I'll put this here. I think it was in between Mono the Vampire and Whatever Happened to Robot Jones. Oh, it was before Britain's Got Talent. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, Filial Parents. Gumball is better than Filial Parents. Deal or No Deal, I definitely watched the comparison. And Ninja Warrior. Yes, right here. In between Ninja Warrior and Mr. Bean, the animated series. That is best suited there. Not quite an S tier, but very respectful cartoon. Without question. Harry Hill TV Burp. Another favourite program of mine watching growing up. It was great fun to watch, Harry Hill TV Burp. Just, you know, making comedy sketches out of programs that are typically aired on British television, such as EastEnders, you know, such as soap operas, for example. Oh yeah, the fight segment. Yeah. Well, what I remember the most is the I remember this little skit about two X Factor contestants and what their child basically running and their so-called child running about causing chaos. I remember that the most. That's one of the main things I remember the show. But it's a very iconic show. I absolutely love Harry Hill TV Burp. So, without question, this is an S tier show. Harry Hill TV Burp is an S tier show for me. S tier show for me. Definitely above this lot. Just behind the Powerpuff Girls. Just behind the Powerpuff Girls. In between there and Postman Pat. Really good entertaining show in general to watch. Really enjoyed it. Okay. Still a fair amount of episodes to go, shows to go through here. Hey Arnold. I do remember the series and the film of it, but I can't really remember anything from it really as an adult nowadays. I know I watched a decent amount of it as a kid growing up, but I can't remember too much of it in general. But I know it's a good show, and for that reason, I'll give it a respectful C ranking. I think above, yes, in between Wacky Races and Evil Concorne, right there. I think that's a very good, respectful ranking for it. House of Anubis. Really enjoyed watching House of Anubis. Definitely, and Nico, you in particular, when you brought up House of Anubis, like I immediately went, oh my god, I remember that show. Really enjoyed watching House of Anubis. The first 2 seasons, not all of season 3, but a decent amount of it, and the series finale film, was a fantastic drama show. And without question, House of Anubis is S tier. Without question, House of Anubis is S tier for me. Above the game shows, but not above Postman Pat. So in between Postman Pat and Gladiators, I think that's very respectful for House of Anubis. Very respectful. Right, Mickey Mouse, House of Mouse. A pretty interesting show. It mainly showcases some Disney shorts, and, you know, it also features Disney characters, other Disney characters in the universe and such, being in the cinema watching these shorts and such, and what they get up to and whatnot. It's not the most, and I also I do recall the most the film House of Villains. House of Villains film, I do recall the most out of it. Not the most entertaining show in the world, but decent enough. I will give this a respectful C rank as well. I think, yes, above these ones. Just above Pinky and the Brain. Just above Pinky and the Brain. But just behind Dragon Ball Z. And that will be it. Jimmy Neutron. Jimmy Neutron. Another iconic show from Nickelodeon. You know, along with others such as Fairly Odd Parents and Danny Phantom. I can't remember too much about the show. Just the memes. Just some of the memes of it. Like, are you going to finish that croissant? And there's another meme I also know about, but I don't want to say it on stream, you know. I don't want to say it on stream. But it's an iconic show. Iconic enough to earn itself a B ranking. A B ranking. Yes, definitely above Scooby-Doo and Tracy Beaker. Or is it? I think above Scooby-Doo, but Tracy Beaker... I think I did watch a bit more Tracy Beaker compared to Jimmy Neutron. So I think that will go here. In between the story of Tracy Beaker and the both Scooby-Doo shows. Both Scooby-Doo shows are basically equal. Equal. I wouldn't say it's S. I wouldn't say A tier for me, because Fairly Odd Parents I think was I enjoyed more compared to Jimmy Neutron, but I do respect Jimmy Neutron though. But I do have a lot of respect for the Jimmy Neutron show for being a very good show in general. King Rollo. This was another small cartoon made by the same person who made Mr. Ben. And King Rollo, I do recall watching the shorts again on the same TV programs, on the same television channel and such, along with, you know, Mr. Ben and Thomas. Not particularly fond of it or have a lot of nostalgia for, but I do remember its existence and such. So it's respectful enough to earn itself a C rank in my opinion, but not too high of a C rank though. Not too high of a C rank. I think, yeah, not above these ones. Yes, just before Big Time Rush. Before Big Time Rush, definitely. And we'll leave it at there. Lilo and Stitch, another, you know, series made based off of its original film. I don't remember too much about the series in general, but I do recall watching it. But I do believe I did watch it though, growing up as a kid. But I can't remember too much about it. I don't recall many of the Disney shows being as good as their films, effectively. So I can't really rate Lilo and Stitch too highly, but somewhat decent, somewhat middle D ranking. I think maybe before Invader Zim. I think. Yeah, I can't really go any further than that really for Lilo and Stitch. I don't really remember much about it. Now, Real Monsters. Another show I do recall watching as a kid growing up, and was fortunate enough that in the Nickelodeon All-Stars Brawl video game had one of its characters featured as a fighter, Ogler. I can't remember really too much about this show growing up. The main thing I know is that Ogler is voiced by the same character who voices Chucky in Rugrats and Dexter from Dexter's Laboratory. That's the main thing I remember about it. I can't rate this too high. Just an average C rank, really. Just an average C rank. I think maybe in between the Wild Thornberries and All Grown Up. I think there would sound good. Little Bear. My goodness. Another wholesome show, which, you know, I did enjoy watching whenever I saw it on television. I didn't watch it too frequently, though. Just whenever it just happened to be the next channel on, after other shows I would typically watch finish airing. But I really did enjoy this show. It's a nice, wholesome show in general, but I can't really remember too much about it, except for one of the characters getting hiccups, and they were trying to find ways to cure it effectively. That's the main thing I remember from Little Bear. But Little Bear is a nice, wholesome cartoon, and I'll give this a somewhere in between B rank, I think. Like above 50/50 in My Spy Family and Cube, yeah. And above these ones as well. I think in between Chuggington and Peppa Pig. I think that's suitable for Little Bear. I think that will do. The Backyardigans. I absolutely loved The Backyardigans as a kid. I really, really loved this show. I really loved this show. I was really into it. And I don't know if the UK dub is available to watch on YouTube or not. I would assume it is, but I haven't really tried to find it yet. But The Backyardigans, I freaking loved this show as a kid. As I said before, there used to be a couple of YouTube videos where someone would play pop music over scenes of The Backyardigans. And one of those songs was, again, Through the Fire and Flames, which is hilarious. Particularly the scene where four of the characters was playing a band, a Western band or something like that. And then there was also Wonder Boy from Tenacious D used. And that was how I discovered that song as well, Wonder Boy. But a big part of my childhood, The Backyardigans. So without question, it's S tier. It's without question S tier. And my fifth favorite nostalgic show of all time. It's my fifth favorite show of all time, The Backyardigans. Nothing can really change that. All good, ZM, all good. I'll make sure I'll need to remember to highlight this and such. But yeah. Beyblade. Good old Beyblade. Beyblade was another massive part of my childhood growing up, as well as purchasing the spinning top toys from the series as well. Me and my cousin would play this a lot growing up and such. Absolutely loved Beyblade and watching the series, and also playing with the spinning top toys and such. Even some of my kids in primary school had the Beyblade toys as well. It was so good. So good. So without question, Beyblade is another S tier ranked show. It had good battle music as well. So Beyblade is gonna go above Pingu. Is definitely going above Pingu, because Beyblade was a big part of my early childhood days, and nothing will change that. My gym partner's a monkey. I know this show exists. I did watch a few episodes of it, but is it an iconic show for me? Not really, because I can't remember too much of it, nor recap any of the episodes. I'm able to recap one episode, which the two main characters, they basically stay up all night, I think as a kind of school project or something like that. I can't remember, but that's what I can recall from the show, and that's just it, really. That's just it. I can't rate it too highly, so I can only give this a high D rank at best. I can't really go C rank on this show. Just high D rank, and that's it. Planet Sheen, which is a spin-off of Jimmy Neutron, but it's not really that entertaining, really, Planet Sheen. I wouldn't call this a really entertaining show, really. And I don't really remember anything that happens from the show. Just I remembered a YouTuber just making a review about it and saying how much they dislike it, and yeah. Not really a great show. No. Can't rate this highly either. I would probably just give this a high E ranking and then that's it. That's all I can say about it. Rocko's Modern Life. Rocko's Modern Life is an infamous cartoon which has a lot of crude humor, which often tends to have some crude humor involved and such, which somehow managed to get past censors and such back in the day. And I remember recently watching, a particular one character from Rocko's Modern Life, the bus tour driver, voiced by Tom Kenny. Oh my fucking god, that character is so psychotic. Psychotic in that one. It's just absolutely crazy show. I did like watching Rocko's Modern Life as a kid, and I can't deny that. It just amazes me how much the show managed to get away with in general. So I will give this a B rank, Rocko's Modern Life. I can't really rank this too highly though, I don't think. Definitely above these ones. Not above Jimmy Neutron. No, not above Jimmy Neutron. Just about there, Rocko's Modern Life. I think that's pretty good. Sam and Cat, another spin-off show, which is a spin-off of two shows actually, iCarly and Victorious. I watched a few episodes, but I really wasn't a fan of the show, to say the least. Just found it a bit boring, really. And I can't really rank it too highly either. Just boring. So, unfortunately, this... probably watch it over these shows, that's for certain. Yeah, not F rank. High E rank above Planet Sheen. I think that will do. Right, up next is The Flintstones. Another cartoon I watched when I was a lot younger, when I was much younger and such. Definitely remember Flintstones. Can't remember too much about what happens in the episodes. I do remember one moment when I think the main character gets stuck in a washing machine or something like that. That's all I can remember really from the Flintstones. But it was a good show. It was a good show with a good theme song as well. So Flintstones, I think I will give a high C rank. I think I'll give it a high C rank. In between Adventure Time and The Inspector, but no higher than that. No higher than that. That'll be it. The Simpsons. The Simpsons. Pretty much almost throughout my entire life, I watched The Simpsons. Almost my entire life, I watched The Simpsons. But would I say The Simpsons is one of my favorite shows of all time? No, not really. I wouldn't say it's my favorite series of all time. But there's plenty of great memes and funny moments from the show, without question. Especially the original series. So, I will give The Simpsons an A-rank show for being a part of my entire life, really. But I can't rank it too high. Too high here, The Simpsons. Like, definitely above these. Definitely above these. I think before Courage the Cowardly Dog, at least, I think. S tier, nah. Simpsons is not S tier. Simpsons is not S tier. Just in between Courage the Cowardly Dog and Little Bill. That's pretty much it. The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. I do recall this show. I do recall watching it, but I can't remember too much about it. The only thing I can remember is one of the main memes from the show. Why don't we just relax and turn on the radio? Would you like M or FM? That's the only thing I can really remember from this show nowadays. That particular meme. That's all I can remember from it. So I can't really rate this too highly, but I would imagine it's a better show compared to Sam and Cat and That's So Raven. So D-rank show, I think before Invader Sim. I think before Invader Sim, at least. Probably prefer to watch Invader Sim over The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. And there we go. The Vicar of Dibley. Fantastic, classic British comedy. Fantastic British comedy. Fantastic British comedy. Absolutely love The Vicar of Dibley. Absolutely. Lots of references to iconic, to like well-known stuff around well-known programs, films, and I can't really say much about it. I just really like The Vicar of Dibley. Without question, Dawn French's most iconic casting. So Vicar of Dibley is without question an S-tier show for me. Absolute S-tier show. S-tier show. Yeah, I think in between... Where would this go? Where would Vicar of Dibley go in the S-tier rank? Yeah, in between Postman Pat and House of Anubis. That will do. The Young Ones. Probably my favourite British comedy of all time, The Young Ones. Which is just simply about 4 college students. Just 4 college students living in a... Just living together, getting up to mischief and whatnot. But yeah, I used to watch both seasons on DVD a fair bit and really had a great time watching it and such. Great episodes as well, such as the house party one. The vampire one as well. That was a good episode as well. Just really fond memories of The Young Ones, watching it as a kid. So this show is also S tier. This is another S tier show. And I would put this above The Vicar of Dibley. This show will go above The Vicar of Dibley. But not beyond Postman Pat. And that will do. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? One of the most iconic British shows ever, which unfortunately got cancelled. Eventually. But was brought back in a reboot with Jeremy Clarkson, but that has been cancelled as well. So I don't know if Who Wants to Be a Millionaire will return back fully one day. But it's one of the most iconic British shows ever. And without question, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire is S-tier ranking show because of how impactful this show was around the world. And how easy it was to play along with as well. So, House of Anubis. Where would I put Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? I think Gladiators is better than Millionaire. I think I'll put Gladiators above Millionaire. Gladiators was a lot more entertaining compared to Millionaire. But it's one of the most iconic TV game shows of all time, Millionaire, without question. So yeah, definite S rank. Wipeout. Yes, I do. I cannot believe I did not mention Wipeout in my initial tier list. You know, with Richard Hammond hosting it. Wipeout was a obstacle course. It's funny you say that, Master of Mages. In the UK version of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, only like several people failed to win. Actually went away with nothing. Only like several people or so went away with nothing. And they typically went out on the 5th question as well. But yeah, Wipeout. Good entertaining show. Good entertaining show. Not my favourite game show ever, but respectful enough to earn itself a high B rank. High B rank. I think before Mr. Bean, the Mr. Bean like live action series. I think that's very respectful, really. Because I mean, I think it's a bit inferior compared to Takeshi's Castle and Crystal Maze, for example. It's a bit inferior compared to those ones, but yeah, still highly respect Wipeout for its entertainment values. Xiaolin Showdown. Oh my goodness me. Xiaolin Showdown. A show that many people may not know about, but I really liked watching this. And there's one move I remember from it in particular. Mantis Flip Coin! As I failed to grab it. That's like the main move I remember from the show. Mantis Flip Coin. and I used to own a PS2 game for it as well, but never fully completed, sadly. But maybe I could get it again one day and play it on stream for you guys to see. Maybe could set up a sub goal. Me doing a casual 100% playthrough in one sitting. But yeah, Xiaolin Showdown I really liked watching as a kid growing up. Enough so that it earns itself a B rank. But where exactly? Well, definitely above these. And these guys, yeah. Danny Phantom. Yes, above Danny Phantom. Just about here. Yeah, just before the Super Mario Bros. Super Show. Xiaolin Showdown. It's a really good show. Really good show. Digimon. Now, I do recall watching Digimon as a kid. But was I really into it? No. Definitely quite inferior compared to Pokemon. I hate to say. But quite inferior compared to Pokemon. I cannot rate Digimon too highly, I'm afraid. So I'm going to have to put this at a fairly low ranking. Master, I'll explain that quickly. I can't put this high. I'll put this at E ranking. I would suspect it's more entertaining than the other shows in E rank. Honestly, Ren and Stimpy, I have no idea how I managed to find that show entertaining as a kid. I don't know why I found that show entertaining as a kid. I mean, especially when you rewatch some of the stuff that happens. Especially when you look back nowadays and see some of the stuff that happens on it. So, the only reason it's not E rank is because of the fact that I did watch it a fair bit growing up as a kid. That's the only saving grace for Ren and Stimpy for me. Ugh. Excuse me. Ed, Edd and Eddy. Probably my favorite one of my favorite all-time cartoons from Cartoon Network. I freaking love Ed, Edd and Eddy. I even have sound alerts on my stream. On my channel. Because I really love the show so much. So much. Iconic sound effects. Good humor. Really good episodes. Yeah. Just a very iconic cartoon. Absolute iconic cartoon. Without question, it is S tier. Without question. Yep. And it's in my top 10 as well. Definitely above Tom and Jerry. Ed, Edd and Eddy above Tom and Jerry, without question. My top 10 for my last tier list is still going to be the same. It's still going to be the same here, so keep that in mind. So far, my top 10 is Thomas and Friends, Mr. Ben, Alphonse Orbeg, Robot Wars, Backyardigans, Brainiac Science Abuse. So that's 6. Ed, Edd and Eddy, Tom and Jerry. There's 2 shows missing here, which is Regular Show and Yu-Gi-Oh! We'll get to those later. Oh, I need to actually make sure I get that order right. Yeah, no, no. I know where the order is going to be for those other two. Yes, Alphonse Orbeg. It's a really big part of my childhood, Enschnabel, Alphonse Orbeg. Orbeg. It is such a wholesome cartoon. It's a very wholesome cartoon. Number 3 in my all-time favourite shows of all time. Second to Mr. Ben. Sorry. Behind Mr. Ben and Thomas and Friends. Johnny Test, aka The Whip Crack Show. I didn't mind watching Johnny Test as a kid, really. I saw nothing wrong with it and just enjoyed it like any other average kid would. So the show did its job effectively, just being entertaining, really. I can't rate the show too highly. There's nothing iconic I can remember from Johnny Test, really. All I know is that there are memes about the show, about the overuse of the whip crack sound effect. That's all, basically. So Johnny Test is getting a C rank as a result. But where would I put this? Definitely above these guys. Above Dragon Ball Z? No, not above Dragon Ball Z. But in between Dragon Ball Z and House of Mouse. That will do. Kenan and Kel. This is like one of the earlier like sitcom Nickelodeon shows. You know, before Drake and Josh. Before Drake and Josh was a thing as well. Dragon Ball Z is in C tier. In between Paddington Bear and Johnny Test. Master Mages. It's not that iconic to me. But yeah, Kenan and Kel was one of the earlier like sitcom Nickelodeon shows. It was okay, but not super entertaining for me. I don't really remember much about the show, really, so I can't really rate Kenan and Kel too highly. I can only give this, at best, a D ranking. I can only give it, at best, a D ranking, really. I think high D rank is probably best for Kenan and Kel. I think that would be best compared to the others. We'll leave it there. Okay, we have Baby Looney Tunes. Now, there is also Tiny Toons, but I actually watched Baby Looney Tunes in comparison. And the main episode I can remember from that was the Tooth Fairy episode. That's the main thing I remember from that show. Can't really remember much about it, really. And that's about it. I can't rate it highly either. Just say... I'm not even sure if it deserves D rank, really. I think E rank is probably best for this. I would like to believe it would be a much better show compared to all the others here. So yeah, that's what we'll put it there. Max and Ruby. Max and Ruby was another cartoon I watched a fair bit growing up. This was another show I watched a fair bit growing up as a kid. And again, it was entertaining. That's just simply it. I do remember a few episodes from the show, the early years, such as Ruby trying to get Max a new shirt, but Max wanted one particular shirt and such. There's also the Halloween episode where Max insisted on being a vampire and not a prince, which is what Ruby wanted. But yeah, a fair amount of episodes I do remember in the past of Max and Ruby. It's not like one of my favourite shows of all time, but it serves its purpose again for entertainment, and that's basically it. So mid C tier is probably best for Max and Ruby. Before Big Time Rush, and definitely better than King Rolo and Dora the Explorer. It was a decent show watching as a kid, and that's pretty much it. Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. Oh boy, the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. I did enjoy watching this, and I was always And whenever, you know, they were always talking about, you know, what items to use, it always bothered me as a kid when the mystery item was never left last. It always bothered me as a kid when the mystery item was never left last and it was used early. I'm always like, oh, come on, let's leave that last. And then when it finally happened in one episode or such, I was just so happy and whatnot. Weird, isn't it? Definitely an entertaining show as a kid. So, unlike the other shows in C tier, I will actually give this a B tier. This was an entertaining kids show, and I was definitely well entertained. Above the Cube, My Spy Family, and 50/50, not above whatever happened to Robot Jones. That show, Robot Jones, I think is better compared to Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. Definitely. And that's about it. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. I do recall this show, watching it as a kid. I do recall this, but no real nostalgia behind it. No real nostalgia behind the show. I can't really remember it too much to give it a high rating. I don't think it deserves it for me. So, just a sort of okay show that I've watched as a kid. Just put it around here. I think, I think in between Cow and Chicken and Winnie the Pooh. I think that would be best. I think that's best suitable. Raven. I really, really loved Raven. Like one of those early game shows you watch as a kid growing up on CBBC. I really love Raven. It was a game show which featured, like, you know, like magical themes or aspects. Magical themes and aspects. Where, you know, kids would basically compete in obstacle courses and trials to try to win golden rings to stay in the competition, without losing all their lives. And at the end of the show, the winner basically wins a special warrior staff effectively at the end of it all. And it can be challenging for some of the competitors because some of the obstacles involves climbing great heights, and you know, some people are scared of heights and such. So it can be a big test of endurance and confronting your fears. There's even a challenge that involves trying to go through a tunnel that has a lot of like spider webs involved and such. It's a really good game show. It's a really cool, great game show. I really loved Raven as a kid. And I rewatched Series 3, and it was still fun to watch, Raven. So Raven is, without question, an S-tier show. Decently high S-tier show, but not in my top 10. Not in my top 10. I would say above, in between SpongeBob SquarePants and Fireman Sam. It's a very good show. Absolutely good show to watch. Regular show. Probably my favorite modern Cartoon Network show compared to, you know, Adventure Time and The Amazing World of Gumball. I would always try my best to watch new episodes of it whenever they come out and such. I just really loved Regular Show. Definitely a big part of my childhood in my early teens watching the show. For that reason, Regular Show is an S-rank show. And is in my top 10 as well. It is also in my top 10 at number 7 on the list. Where did I put Rocco? Rocco is here. Mid-high B tier. In between Jimmy Neutron and Scooby-Doo. Roy the Racing Car. Another one of these stop-motion shows that was made about, you know, I think in the early 2000s and such. I did rewatch one episode recently and it was okay, but not super entertaining though. So I'm not really a huge fan of Roy the Racing Car. especially when you compare it to other shows such as Fireman Sam, Bob the Builder, and even Thomas for that matter. Can't rate it too highly, but I'll give it a respectful D rank. Because it was okay. Yes, but not the American show. I watched the original Gaki no Tsukai Silent Library segments, where it wasn't a competition for money. Roy the Racing Car. Yeah, before Invader Sim. I think we'll just leave it at there. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I hope I said their name right. I do remember this show. I do remember this show. I do remember watching it. But I can't think of anything that is super iconic about it from my childhood. The only thing I know is one particular meme where I think one of the guys comes in with pizza and one of the turtles is like, "It's them!" And the guy goes, "Where? Where?" That's the only thing I can remember from the show. I can't rate this show too highly, but I know that there's a fair amount of people who love this show. But it wasn't a big part of my childhood. I don't really remember it much, but I can only really give this a D rank at best. I can't go higher than D really. Probably definitely prefer to watch this over the majority of these, but not definitely over Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. But I think Cow and Chicken I would probably prefer to watch over Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. The mighty Boosh, come with us to the mighty Boosh, the mighty Boosh. Now this is another British comedy. This is another British comedy by I forgot what his name was, one of the main actors, but yeah. I didn't watch this on TV. I watched this on DVD when I was a fairly young teenager. I mainly watched season 2. It was all right. It was pretty good. One thing I remember from it, the main thing I remember from it is the magic character at one point saying, "I'm gonna turn my back on you now," and then just do a slowly turning his back around the main characters. And the episode was about an evil granny or something like that. Yeah. I can't rate the Mighty Boosh too highly. It wasn't like super entertaining for me, but it was okay. So it's a C tier show at best for me. Can't rate this too highly. Can't really rate this too highly. I think I would prefer to watch it over the majority of these. I think just before the Flintstones. That'll be it. Thunderbirds. Definitely a pretty early cartoon I watched as a kid, but I don't really remember much happening in that show, other than the introduction. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Thunderbirds are go. That's the only thing I can really remember from it. So no real fond memories of this show from me. I know that it existed and I did watch it at one point, and that's it. I can only give this a D ranking really. Definitely above these shows, but probably I think Mighty Morphin Power Rangers I would probably prefer more than Thunderbirds. That's all I can say really. Creature Comforts. Oh, what a fantastic series Creature Comforts is. Creature Comforts is made by the same people who made Wallace and Gromit, Morph, Chicken Run, and Chicken Run, basically. And basically, they interview people from the British public about certain topics and such, and then they do animation, and they basically animate these interviews and make the people and represent the people as animals based on the feedback that they give for a certain answer. It's a very unique show and quite enjoyable actually to watch, really. It's quite a unique show. So with that in mind, I will definitely give this a decent high ranking. I would probably rank this as maybe high B ranking show. Not like not A tier, not A tier, but maybe it's close to A tier, but not exactly, and pretty much that. All right, we've got ads playing again. Just wait a few minutes. I'll be right back in a few minutes. Alright guys, I'm back. Sorry for the wait. I was just checking out news and such and see if there was anything new coming out and whatnot. But anyway, let's get back to the tier list. Okay. Tough Puppy. I do remember this show. I'm not too sure what Tough Puppy, the direction it was really going for. I know it was a Jerry Springer. No. Jerry Seinfeld. No. But basically, it's one of the actors from iCarly and Drake and Josh, basically, who's like the main voice of the character. I can't say his name properly, but yeah, it's one of his cartoons, and I can't really remember a lot about the show, really, Tough Puppy. It wasn't the most entertaining show in the world. I think the only thing that seems to be memorable for some people is Kitty Catswell. That's basically it. But yeah, anyway. Not really the biggest fan of this show. That's all I'll say. So, this is a D rank show. Not high of a D rank, but... Actually, no, high D rank, yeah. I think I'll definitely watch this over Kenan and Kel, pretty much. That's all there is to it, really. That's all there is to it, to Tough Puppy. Futurama. I definitely enjoyed watching Futurama growing up. Definitely enjoyed watching Futurama, you know. Yeah, while The Simpsons was airing, there was other shows like Futurama and such, which you know, were similarly drawn to The Simpsons and such. And I did like Futurama. A few episodes I do remember in particular, like the Lucky Clover and whatnot, like the Lucky Clover and such. But it was a good show, Futurama. It was a good show and good entertaining show. Low B tier at best, Futurama for me. Low B tier. Can't really justify ranking it higher, really. I think definitely above these shows. I think just before Family Fortunes. I think that's the best place for Futurama. And we'll settle with that. Okay, up next is Avatar: The Last Airbender. I do recall watching the series, but again, it's one of those shows which isn't really nostalgic to me. I just know I watched the show before, and that's basically it. I know it exists. There's nothing really too entertaining about this show for me. I can't really rank this too highly. I can only give it a C rank at best, because I do hear that it's a good show and such, and I didn't mind it as a kid, but not really too entertaining. I think definitely above these shows. Johnny Bravo. I think Johnny Bravo would be more entertaining compared to Avatar: The Last Airbender. And I'll leave it at that. Ben 10. Ben 10 was okay. Ben 10 was an okay show, but not super entertaining to me. I wasn't really into the show. And that's all I can really say about it. That is all I can really say about it. I can't rank Ben 10 highly, but again, low C tier. Because it was a decent show, but not a show that I would particularly want to watch too frequently. I would rather watch El Nombre compared to Ben 10, basically. I think The Muppet Show I'd rather watch compared to Ben 10. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That will do. Chucklevision. Oh, Chucklevision. With the Chuckle Brothers. Nice little fun show, watching as a kid growing up. Nice fun show. Good fun to watch at times. Unfortunately, one of the brothers is no longer with us. He passed away a few years ago. Barry, I think he is. I think it's Barry Chuckle, who's no longer with us. But yeah. Nice fun show, Chucklevision. I can't rate it too highly, so I think at best I can give Chucklevision a high C rank. It's the best I can give it, really. In between Evil Concorne and Bear Behaving Badly. I think that's a very respectful place for this show, Chucklevision. Next up is Robot Boy. Robot Boy I struggle to remember about, actually. but it was a show I did watch a fair bit of growing up, and I did actually give a few episodes a rewatch recently. And the show is okay. The show is alright, but not super entertaining. And such. So I can't rate this too highly. At best, I can give Robot Boy a low C tier. That's the best I can give this, a low C tier. Definitely above these shows. I think before Big Time Rush. I'll put Robot Boy there. The Basil Brush show. Basil Brush is a well-known Fox puppet character in British television. I don't really remember watching too much of his episodes in this of his show. I mostly remember Basil being in other shows and such. So I can't remember too much about it. There is one episode I do remember, and that was when Basil Brush went to school, basically, which ended in a big disaster, effectively. That's all I can remember about it. So I can't rate Basil Brush too highly. Like high D rank tier at best. New high D rank tier. I can't really put it in C tier because it's not really that memorable for me. And that's all I can say, really. Boom, boom! Excuse me. Actually, I'll put Basil Brush show in C tier. Above the Tweenies and Bananas and Pajamas. It doesn't deserve D tier. It deserves C tier. But just outside, come outside. And that's it. Top Cat. Another show I do recall watching in the past. But don't really have any nostalgia for. No real nostalgia memories from the show. I just know it existed and I watched it. And that's pretty much it. Can't get any further than that. I can't rate Top Cat highly. I can only give Top Cat a D rank at best. Ugh. Yuck. Excuse me. I think above Roy the Racing Car, but behind Invader Sim. That would probably sound best. Yu-Gi-Oh! Holy shit. Yu-Gi-Oh! Massive part of my childhood. My early childhood. Massive part of my childhood. Along with Thomas the Tank Engine. Loved playing the game. Watching the anime series and such. And I even played with a college friend of mine for a while. Until I lost interest in the game. Super iconic show for me. Love playing the card game. Without question, this is an S tier show. And it comes in at number 10 in my top 10 ranking. So just before Tom and Jerry. And there is my top 10 again. Thomas and Friends, Mr. Ben, Alphonse Orbeg, Robot Wars, The Backyardigans, Brainiac Science Abuse, Regular Show, Ed, Edd and Eddy, Tom and Jerry, and Yu-Gi-Oh! The top 10 still the same as before. Right, iCarly. iCarly, I would say, is my main preferred sitcom show from Nickelodeon that I watched compared to the others. Definitely watched this more or similar compared to Drake and Josh, but as I grew older, I grown to dislike iCarly because of some of the things that happens in the show, such as how badly Freddy is treated by Sam, and it just amazed me that Freddy's still stuck with filming the show and such. I'm surprised he never gave up, basically, because of all the abuse he was basically receiving from Sam effectively. Just made no sense to me, really, why he would stay with Carly and Sam for iCarly, but yeah. It was entertaining as a kid, so I will give it respect for that and give it a decent C tier ranking. Definitely I wouldn't really watch it compared to the others. Yeah. In between Wacky Races and no. In between Hey Arnold and Evil Concorne. I think that's a good place for iCarly. Pat and Matt. Now, for those of you who don't know what this show is, Pat and Matt is a Czechoslovakian originated stop motion cartoon about two handymen who basically tries to solve things, but they do it in the most overcomplicated, but they always mess up so badly in the process. And sometimes you go like, oh my god, how stupid are they? But that's the whole premise of the show. Like, they try to fix something, but they make it worse, basically, in the process. And if I'm not mistaken, this show is still going to this day, and is still produced in stop motion, not even transitioned into CGI. Now, I first discovered this show on DVD, and eventually I discovered more episodes of it on YouTube. You know, after sometime down the line. It's a nice show to watch. It's the characters do not speak at all in this either. It's all music and sound effects, but it's a good watch. It's a nice little charming show. So Pat and Matt does get a high B ranking show. It's not the most nostalgic show for me, but it's good fun to watch now and then. It's a good show to watch now and then. Not above these shows. No. Yeah, I think above Inspector Gadget, behind Scooby-Doo. I think that's a good place for Pat and Matt. And that will do. The Teletubbies. I did watch the Teletubbies as a kid growing up. Almost every kid has in the UK. I literally remember nothing about the show. Like, no proper episodes of it. What? It's literally, its only purpose, the Teletubbies, is to entertain toddlers, and that's it, basically. I can't rate this highly, so, yeah. F tier? Does it deserve F tier? I think it does, really. I can't really remember anything about it, so... High F tier. I can't go... I'm not going to put it lower, because... As a kid, I watched it more compared to Rosie and Jim. I only watched, like, one episode of Rosie and Jim. I definitely watched more Teletubbies, but I can't remember a lot about the Teletubbies. What episodes is there to remember about, anyway? So, yeah. Now, Blackadder. While this does say Blackadder 2, I am taking all of Blackadder into account, all of the series. I primarily watched series 3 and 4, and it was a good comedy show. Blackadder. As each season goes by, it basically showcases, you know, a previous member of the Blackadder family going through a particular time period. Such as the times when, you know, witch hunting was a thing. I don't know what era was in the second and third, but in the fourth season, Blackadder was basically in the First World War. Which had a powerful ending to the entire series as well. Blackadder goes forth. So it was a good comedy show. I don't rate it too highly, but high B ranking at best for Blackadder. High B ranking for Blackadder at best. Definitely would I watch it over Mr. Bean? Yes, I would, actually. I would watch Blackadder over Mr. Bean. Definitely. Mr. Meaty. Oh boy. One of the most disturbing cartoons to ever exist on Nickelodeon. Or Nicktoons. One of the most disturbing cartoons ever. And there's one episode I particularly remember about, but thinking about it just makes me gag so much. I don't want to go into detail about it. It's not... God, I can't talk about this show without gagging. I literally can't. This particular episode, I remember, it's not like one of the more infamous episodes, such as the tapeworm, but it's a bit disgusting to say the least. Sorry if I don't feel comfortable talking about the show. I think that basically explains its ranking. F ranking, Mr. Meaty. I really don't want. I really don't think it deserves E tier. E tier. It's just a disturbing show, to say the least. And that's all. Now, Ned's Declassified School Survival Guide. I do like this sitcom series. And what's nice is about some of the things that happen in the episodes, it can translate to real life school problems that some students go through, such as struggling to know what to do for a school project, and and basically the main character Ned explains that if you're struggling with a school project, ask your teacher for help effectively. It was a nice good sitcom. Definitely one I would prefer to watch over iCarly and such. So this is a B tier ranking show. Without question, Ned's Declassified School Survival Guide is a B rank show. Higher than these guys, yep. Oh yeah, definitely above these ones. Yep. I think right here, in between the Super Mario Bros. Super Show and Xiaolin Showdown. That's a really good show. Absolutely. Duck Dodgers. A Looney Tunes spin-off show based on one of the Looney Tunes cartoons in which was literally all about Duck Dodgers in the 24th and 1/2 century. This show has a very impressive introduction theme. The theme song for this is very good, to say the least. Quite unique to an extent. No, I don't really remember too much about this show in general, sadly, but I did like it as a kid, and that's enough to give it a respectful C rank. Fairly decent high C rank, actually. I would think even above the Penguins of Madagascar. No, Master. No, I never recall seeing something like that. No. And I don't want to know any more about it. Let's move on. Let's move on. But yeah, let's move on. Now, Bill and Ben, the Flower Pot Men. I do remember this show, but I didn't watch a lot of it effectively growing up. It's just basically about two flower pot men just going through various scenarios in a back garden, interacting with other animals there and such, and that's basically it. Not really a fan of the show, really. I don't really remember much about it at all, to be brutally honest. I did try to rewatch one of their episodes, but didn't really manage to sit through the entirety of it. I lost interest in it very quickly. So I can't rank Bill and Ben too highly. I would probably rank this in D tier, but behind Charlie and Lola. Low D rank at best for Bill and Ben. Camp Lazlo. Now, Camp Lazlo, I do remember, but I didn't watch too much of to recall anything that really happens in the show, really. So, I can't really comment about this, really. I just know that it exists, and I watched it, and that was it. I thought it was okay, but I can't really say it was very entertaining, so I can only give this show a D rank at best, really. So I watched it a few times at least, and that's enough to give it a decent D rank. D rank, without really remembering anything that happens there. Probably above these. Yep. I think above Thundercats at least, but not above Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. That will do for Camp Lazlo. X-Men. Marvel X-Men. The animated series. I definitely remember watching this a fair bit growing up. But I can't really remember anything that happens in the show, though. This was basically how I first discovered X-Men, before I watched the films and such. I know its theme song and such, and that's the only thing I can really remember about it. Its theme song and introduction. That's all I can remember about it, so I can't rate this show highly. At best, I can give it a D tier. D tier. I would say definitely above these shows. Above Tough Puppy? Absolutely above Tough Puppy. I can't justify putting it in C tier, because I can't really remember much about the show. The only saving grace is its introduction. That's it. Drake and Josh. Probably the first sitcom I watched from Nickelodeon, probably. Drake and Josh, definitely, I do remember a fair amount of, because I watched it a lot as a kid growing up and such. So yeah, definitely have good memories watching about it, and it was a decent show. It does annoy me how often Megan got away with mistreating her brothers, basically. That does bother me and such. I mean, I know it's a show and such, but yeah. Not fun. But it was an entertaining show for me, so for that, I will give it a high C rank. Definitely above these shows. High C rank. Not B rank, but high C rank, Drake and Josh. High C rank, for sure. We're getting close to finishing, guys. Up next is Hi Hi Puffy Amiyumi. One of these odd cartoons that appears now and then that you don't watch too often, but I do remember a couple of episodes happening from this series. And it's another one of those cartoons that I remembered existing but couldn't quite remember its name. But eventually I managed to find it, and I'm like, oh my goodness, that's the name of it. Show's okay. I managed to remember a couple of episodes, so that does help with its ranking, but not the most entertaining show in the world for me back then when I was watching it. So I can only give this show C rank at best. Definitely above these shows. I don't think higher than Totally Spies. Not higher than Totally Spies. That's all I can really go for Hi Hi Puffy Amiyumi. That's it. Shaun the Sheep, a spin-off series of Wallace and Gromit, effectively, which just involves Shaun. I do remember watching a few episodes, but again, I didn't really find it too entertaining to keep watching, effectively. I just remember watching a few episodes, and that's it, really. It's not the most entertaining show in the world. It doesn't deserve C rank. At best, I can give it D rank, and that's it. Like, in between X-Men and Tough Puppy. That's it, really. That's all. The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. Now, earlier I mentioned Grim and Evil, which combined both the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy and Evil Con Carne. But I much rather prefer to watch the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. That one I'm definitely more memorable. I remember more about, compared to Evil Con Carne. And was good fun to watch. It was definitely a good fun show to watch. This is impossible! I am the Grim Reaper! And obviously, the voice actor of the Grim Reaper also voices Aku Aku from Crash Bandicoot. Hey. So, Evil Con Carne got C ranking. The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy is low A rank. Without question. Definitely higher than Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. But not higher than Fear Factor. That will be. Right, The Weakest Link. Another early game show I watched growing up as a kid. Where basically I grew up, I think 9 contestants in each round. They all answer questions to try to build up money. and at the end of the round, they all vote who they think is the weakest performer of each round. The show is probably more known about Anne Robertson basically insulting the contestants rather than the game itself. But I do have memories of watching this show growing up, and even YouTuber The Amazing Phil was on the show as well. Amazingly, so yeah. It was a part of my childhood, but not a particularly fond memory part. So, C rank at best. The weakest link. C rank at best. Where would it go exactly? I think in between... Yeah, the Wild Thornberries and Aerial Monsters. I think that will do. Victorious. Again, another one of those Nickelodeon sitcom shows. Honestly, Victorious, I think, is a inferior iCarly, to be honest. I mean, the show's okay and such, but not as super entertaining as I found iCarly when I was a kid. So I will give Victorious a C rank, but not a high C rank. Though. Definitely lower compared to some of the other shows. I think above Johnny Test is probably best suitable for Victorious. And we'll just leave it at that. Kung Fu Panda. The Kung Fu Panda TV show. I can't say the name fully, but this was okay. This was alright. I didn't mind this show. Again, it's one of those like spin-off shows that is based on the movie. But this show was okay. And I did like it, but I wouldn't say it's the most super entertaining show in the world, but it did its job. So this is another C rank show for me. Another C rank show. Where would I put this though? Well, definitely above most of this lot. Yeah. I think in between Wacky Races and Hey Arnold, the Kung Fu Panda TV show. That will be best suited there. Now, Spliced. Another one of those like cartoons that many people may not remember about. It's basically about mutated animals living on a stranded island, basically. It's living on a stranded island. I can't really remember anything that happens in the show. I really can't, other than it exists and I watched it as a kid. I can't rank this highly. I can only give it D rank at best, and that's about it. I think above That's So Raven at least. Actually, no. I think below That's So Raven. And that's it really. I can't really go much higher than that. Little Britain. One of the early works of David Walliams and Matt Lucas. And yeah, it's good, and yeah, it was alright. Obviously, it was making fun of a lot of stereotypes. They were making fun. No, Jules. I'll get to that in a minute. But the show's alright, but it wasn't my favourite show of all time. But it had some good funny moments though, without question. There was good funny moments. I would give Little Britain at best C tier. Like I'd much rather watch like Come Fly With Me, I think is much better than Little Britain in my opinion. So I think low C tier at best for this. And computer says no. Let's see, where would this go? Where would this go, Little Britain? Yeah, in between Johnny Bravo and Johnny Bravo and Avatar: The Last Airbender. I think that will do. I'm happy with that. Phineas and Ferb. I think I've only watched like 1 or 2 episodes of this show. I'm not particularly nostalgic about this show. I cannot say anything great about it. No, 50/50 is in B tier. 50/50 is in B tier, actually, Fruit Line. But yeah, Phineas and Ferb, only 1 or 2 episodes I watched. It's not a nostalgic show for me in the slightest. I'm not really fond of this show, really. So I can only give this high E at... No, not high E. Low D rank at best. Probably better than the other shows that I'm going to put it ahead of. And I can only put that there, really. Bullseye! This is basically a game show about darts, basically. Now, I do recall watching darts, but I wasn't the biggest fan of darts when I was young. Nowadays, I do watch a bit of darts here and there. Do check out any news about it and such, but... do look up news about it and such, but yeah. But yeah. Not the biggest fan of the show. I can't rate this too highly. Just another D-rank show. Probably mostly above these other shows. I think in between Camp Laszlo and the Thunderbirds. I think that's best suitable. Okay, now next up, Teen Titans, the original Teen Titans. Definitely do recall watching this, and liking the show compared to its rebooted version, which, you know, a lot of people doesn't really seem to like nowadays. So yeah, but Teen Titans was a bit iconic for me back then, like the introduction of it and such. I do remember 1 or 2 episodes. I can't remember fully what it was all about, but yeah, a show I do remember, and will earn itself a respectful C rank, like maybe mid-high C rank, like Yeah, I would watch Teen Titans more than the Flintstones, but not higher than Adventure Time. And we got 4 more shows, guys. The Land Before Time. I do remember this being on Nickelodeon, if I'm not mistaken. The Land Before Time. But I don't really remember anything about the show. I may have watched like 1 or 2 episodes, and then that's it, really. I can't remember much about The Land Before Time. So I can't rank this higher than E, really. It's an E-rank show for me because I can't really remember anything about it, but probably better than everything else that is an E-rank for sure. Lazy Town. Lazy Town. I am so thankful that I watched Lazy Town before We Are Number One was a meme. I am so thankful that I managed to watch the show before We Are Number One was a thing. And I did like the show as well as a kid. I did enjoy watching the show as a kid. I don't remember too much about it when I look back at it until We Are Number One was a meme. But yeah, I definitely had a good time watching this show. It definitely deserves a B rank at least, because it did play a little bit of my childhood, and seeing it nowadays having one of the biggest memes in the world. Yeah. It's great to see. So Lazy Town, I think, will go above these shows. Actually, not above Babar. No, not above Babar. Yes, in between Babar and Kipper the Dog. I think that's suitable. 2 more shows left. The Garfield Show, which is the CGI reboot of the Garfield cartoons, basically. this was a show I did watch a lot growing up, and you know, I did like it. It was entertaining for me as a kid back then. I can remember a few things, such as a kind of like werewolf curse on Odie. I do remember that episode in particular. And then there's a few others like Garfield being stuck in the television. His mice friends trying to stay in the house, and he had to find a way to get them out, etc. Few episodes I do. There's a few episodes I do remember it. It was an entertaining show for me as a kid. Not super nostalgic, so just a C rank at best, but a decent C rank though. Definitely above shows such as Adventure Time and Dennis and Nasher. Absolutely. Even above iCarly, the Garfield show. And last but not least, a last minute addition, Ogie and the Cockroaches. I cannot believe I forgot about this show up until today. And this is basically like this is like a alternate version of Tom and Jerry, Ogie and the Cockroaches. But I do remember watching this a fair amount growing up. And it was an alright show. Just an alright show. Not super nostalgic or entertaining, but the fact that I watched it a fair bit as a kid does sort of tell me that I did enjoy this show more compared to the others. So Ogie and the Cockroaches, I think, will just barely get into 50-50. Sorry, no, get into B rank, behind 50-50 at least. I think it deserves to be B rank at least. I also remember one David Williams and Matt Lucas show, which I might add. Which I should probably add, because I did watch it as a kid. So, bear with me a couple of minutes while I grab it. Okay, guys, this will be the 200th show in the list, and it's one I just managed to remember now. It's called Rock Profile. Rock Profile is another David Williams and Matt Lucas comedy, and they basically impersonate like well-known music celebrities, and do these sort of interviews and such. I remember watching this on DVD a fair bit growing up. But I can't really remember too much about the show, really. So I mainly remember the Ringo Starr interview and such. And basically, their Ringo Starr character would just basically keep going on about Thomas the Tank Engine. And that's basically it. Ridiculous show. I can only give this a high D rank at best, really. I don't think it deserves a... I think in between Tough Puppy and Keenan and Kel. And that's basically it. So yeah, guys. That's it. That is the tier list now finalized. With 200 shows. Obviously, I will save this tier list. And such. But yeah. The top 10 is still the same. Thomas the Tank Engine. Mr. Ben. Alphonse Sorbeg. Robot Wars. The Backyardigans, Brainiac Science Abuse, Regular Show, Ed, Edd and Eddy, Tom and Jerry, and Yu-Gi-Oh! The top 10 is still the same, but the other shows have been changed in terms of ranking as such. So, from 11th to 200th, we have Beyblade, Pingu, SpongeBob SquarePants, Raven, Fireman Sam, Bob the Builder, Dexter's Laboratory, Arthur, Bamzuki, Takeshi's Castle, Codename Kids Next Door, The Powerpuff Girls, Harry Hill TV Burp, Miss Postman Pat, The Young Ones, The Vicar of Dibley, House of Anubis, Gladiators, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, The Crystal Maze, Countdown, The Cramp Twins, The Amazing World of Gumball, Deal or No Deal, Ninja Warrior, Fairly Odd Parents, Mr. Bean the Animated Series, The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Scartoony, Come Fly With Me, Looney Tunes, Rugrats, Pokemon, Art Attack, The Pink Panther, Buzz Lightyear of Star Command, Noddy's Toyland Adventures, Casper the Friendly Ghost, Courage the Cowardly Dog, The Simpsons, Little Bill, Blue's Clues, The Herbs, Fear Factor, The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, Maggie and the Ferocious Beast, Dick and Dom in the Bungalow, Balamori, Creature Comforts, Catchphrase, Take It or Leave It, Black Adder, Mr. Bean, Live Action Series, Wipeout, Britain's Got Talent, You've Been Framed, Recess, The Super Mario Bros. Super Show, Ned's Declassified School Survival Guide, Xiaolin Showdown, Danny Phantom, The Story of Tracy Beaker, Jimmy Neutron, Rocco's Modern Life, Scooby-Doo, What's New Scooby-Doo, Pat and Matt, Inspector Gadget, Batfink, The Wombles, Bagpuss, Shin-Chan, Chuggington, Little Bear, Peppa Pig, Family Fortunes, Futurama, Samurai Jack, Babar. Oh. Just make sure you guys can see what I'm seeing. Yeah, Babar, Lazy Town, Kipper the Dog, Fifi and the Flower Tots, Mona the Vampire, Whatever Happened to Robot Jones, Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, The Cube, My Spy Family, 50-50, Ogie and the Cockroaches, Drake and Josh, Duck Dodgers, The Penguins of Madagascar, Wacky Races, Kung Fu Panda, the TV show, I can't say its full name, Hey Arnold, The Garfield Show, iCarly, Evil Con Carne, Chucklevision, Bear Behaving Badly, Dennis and Nasher, or Dennis the Menace, Adventure Time, Teen Titans, The Flintstones, The Mighty Boosh, The Inspector, Paddington Bear, Dragon Ball Z, Victorious, Johnny Test, House of Mouse, The Pinky and the Brain, The Wild Thornberries, The Weakest Link, Real Monsters, All Grown Up, Casper's Scare School, True Jackson VP, Big Time Rush, Robot Boy, Max and Ruby, King Rollo, Dora the Explorer, The Hoobs, Johnny Bravo, Little Britain, Avatar The Last Airbender, Totally Spies, Hi Hi Puffy Amiyumi, Kim Possible, My Life as a Teenage Robot, El Nombre, The Muppet Show, Ben 10, Come Outside, The Basil Brush Show, Tweenies, Bananas in Pajamas, oh yeah, here we go. X-Men, Marvel X-Men, Shaun the Sheep, Tough Puppy, Rock Profile, Keenan and Kel, My Gym Partner's a Monkey, Cow and Chicken, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, Camp Lazlo, Bullseye, Thunderbirds, Winnie the Pooh, Ren and Stimpy, My Parents Are Aliens, Invader Zim, Top Cat, Rory the Racing Car, The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, Lilo and Stitch, That's So Raven, Phineas and Ferb, Spliced, Cat Dog, Angry Beavers, Cat Scratch, Charlie and Lola, Bill and Ben, The Land Before Time, Baby Looney Tunes, Digimon, Sam and Cat, Planet Sheen, The Wiggles, The Emperor's New School, Robot and Monster, Wonder Pets, The Magic School Bus, Clifford the Big Red Dog, Maisie, Brum, Star Wars The Clone Wars, News Round, The X Factor, Mr. Meaty, Teletubbies, Rosie and Jim, Golden Balls, Sanjay and Craig, Blue Peter, and Fanboy and Chum Chum. All in ranking order from top to bottom.